Chapter 1801, White Demon Tree. Why dog, are you asking for a beating? Ling Han said with a dark expression. Hee, judging from your lack of strength, you're definitely suffering from renal deficiency, the large black dog said as he pushed Ling Han's shoulder. He was standing on his hind legs like a human, and he continued in a suggestive voice, take care to nourish yourself. Otherwise, your neighbor adulterer might seize this opportunity to do something untoward. Piss off. Ling Han said as he tried to kick the large black dog aside. However, the large black dog nimbly dodged his kick before saying with a solemn expression, Fine, I won't joke around with you anymore. Say, why are you so uptight? This white demon tree can absorb all kinds of auras and ultimately form a murderous aura. If you can refine this aura, your attacks will be imbued with a soaring murderous aura. They'll be incredibly astounding. Moreover, if you're fortunate enough, you might even be able to cultivate the regulation of slaughter from this aura. At that time, you'll possess an overwhelming advantage even if you come across fellow kings among kings. Ling Han was slightly puzzled and he said, Little Black, you don't seem like a good person at all, so why are you suddenly doing something good? Fuck. It's because you seem decent that I'm giving you this opportunity. If you don't want it, then so be it. The large black dog huffed. Why don't you take it for yourself? Ling Han asked. It had been much the same during their trip through the Han clan's mountain of treasures. They had obtained the 7 lives divine cloud, yet the large black dog hadn't asked for any of it from Ling Han. Now that they had come across the white demon tree, he was acting in a similar fashion again. Thinking even further back, the large black dog had never taken advantage of him even though he would screw him over from time to time. In fact, Ling Han had always gotten the better end of the deals. This was inconsistent with the large black dog's personality. I'm a divine hound of heaven and earth and I was born powerful and mighty. As such, I don't need help from these external matters. The large black dog said with a haughty expression. Go on, keep boasting. Ling Han said. He naturally didn't believe the large black dog. Perhaps this large black dog was extremely patient and cunning, and it was planning to help him reach a supreme cultivation level, at which time it would snatch his fruits of cultivation. Or perhaps this detestable dog was truly helping him and acting in his best interests. However, did such unconditional love truly exist in the world? You can trust this detestable dog. Small Tower suddenly said. Ling Han was astonished and he asked, How do you know? It can't be that you were already acquainted with him since long ago, right? This wasn't impossible. After all, the large black dog had been dug out from some ancient site in the celestial realm by Gu Daoi during his first lifetime. Even though he had only been a pup at that time, it was hard to say whether the large black dog was in his second lifetime, third lifetime, or even fourth lifetime. As long as their divine sense was powerful enough, celestials could easily change their physical body. Small Tower pondered for a moment before saying, I still have yet to recover much of my memories. However, I have a feeling that this detestable dog is trustworthy. You guys were definitely acquainted before. Ling Han said with certainty. Otherwise, how could Small Tower have developed such a feeling? Why didn't Small Tower develop such feelings toward other people? Moreover, the large black dog was also extremely helpful and caring of him. Although the large black dog always screwed him over, it was without a doubt that he cared for him like a senior cared for their junior. The Tower of Three Realms and the large black dog. Just what kind of relationship did they have in the past? Ling Han didn't question Small Tower anymore. Regardless of whether it was Small Tower or the large black dog, both of them had large gaps in their memories. Even if they didn't, they were still unwilling to go into great detail about this topic. Thus, it was useless to press them any further. Let's go and get the tree heart, Ling Han said with a chuckle. Demonized tree heart. The large black dog stressed. The 3 people walked into the village. In fact, even the tallest walls here could only reach their knees. As such, their vision wasn't obstructed at all, and it was as if the white demon tree was resting right before them. Anyhow, apart from its shape, this white demon tree didn't seem like a tree at all. There were numerous human faces on the trunk of the tree, and this sight was as hair-raising and harrowing as could be. Something's not right. The large black dog exclaimed and suddenly stopped. He carefully observed the white demon tree. What's wrong? Ling Han asked and halted. He immediately held the Empress back. He also found the white demon tree extremely uncanny and strange, especially the numerous faces on its trunk. Something's very wrong. The large black dog shook his head and said, In fact, everything here seems a little off. White demon tree, someone behind them suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. They then hurriedly dashed over, completely ignoring the presence of Ling Han and the others. They resolutely charged toward the white demon tree. If the other party hadn't been so arrogant and frantic, Ling Han would have called out in warning. However, since the former was so intent on snatching the treasure, why did Ling Han need to warn him of any potential dangers? Meanwhile, the large black dog was even more evil, saying, "Just at the right time. We can use this ugly fool to probe the white demon tree and see what's wrong with it." This was a man of around 30 years old in appearance. At this moment, he had already drawn his broadsword and hacked at the white demon tree. In any case, only the tree heart was useful, and the man had simply hacked his broadsword at the root of the tree. As such, he wouldn't damage the tree heart by accident. Moreover, he had also noticed that something was off with the white demon tree, so he appeared much more careful than just then. Although he hadn't used his full power, the might of his hack was still fairly immense. A glow of regulations appeared on the blade of the broadsword, and it was as if it were unleashing the fury of the heavens. At this moment, an uncanny sight suddenly appeared. As if it were alive, the trunk of the tree surprisingly split apart and furiously released a burst of green mist, completely enveloping the man. When the green mist disappeared, the man was already completely trapped. The green mist had transformed into a sticky liquid, and not only was it incredibly sticky, but it was also extremely tough. The man wasn't able to break free from it no matter what he did. His face was green with fright. It was also at this moment that he discovered that the sticky liquid possessed a powerful toxin that was coursing through his body, and causing him to become weaker and weaker. "Shatter!" he roared as he unleashed his origin power protective barrier, and furiously resisted the invasion of the poisonous sticky liquid. However, his protective barrier was barely effective, and it looked as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Meanwhile, a vine suddenly shot out from the trunk of the white demon tree, and it wrapped around the man like a tongue and pulled him toward the tree. "Save me!" the man shouted as he looked toward Ling Han and the Empress. When he saw the Empress, he couldn't help but feel stunned by her breathtaking beauty. In fact, he even forgot to shout for help for a brief moment. The Empress had already reverted to her original appearance, so it was only natural that her beauty was astounding and irresistible. How could one not be attracted by her stunning beauty? Ling Han chuckled as he lunged toward the white demon tree, with his 9 heavens flame transforming into a divine sword as he did so. He wasn't charging over to specifically save the man, but rather couldn't be bothered to wait any longer. Boom! As the flaming sword slashed over, the white demon tree immediately released another burst of green mist toward Ling Han. "Shatter!" Ling Han shouted as he swung his sword. This was also a slashing attack, yet Ling Han's attack was evidently different from the man's. As his flaming blade soared over, the green mist was instantly reduced to ashes. Just how devastating was the 9 heavens flame? Ling Han immediately unleashed another slash. Pooh! There was a flash of sword chi, and the tongue that was wrapped around the man was immediately severed. Ling Han unleashed several more strikes, and as flames burst forth, even the green liquid on the man was burnt to a crisp. The man hurriedly crawled up from the ground and sprinted back wherever he had come from. He had already been scared out of his mind. Meanwhile, Ling Han continued to advance toward the white demon tree. At this moment, the faces on the white demon tree suddenly started to contort, and the trunk of the tree also started to split apart. Pa 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 pa. Numerous headless corpses collapsed onto the ground. These corpses were filled with countless wounds and holes due to corrosion, yet they surprisingly started to crawl up. This was as eerie as could be. Chapter 1802, Intolerable. Ling Han frowned upon seeing this. As expected, something's wrong, the large black dog murmured from behind him. He could still consider the green mist attack and tongue attack from before as instinctive actions from wood element beings, yet this sudden release of corroded corpses was definitely not a skill that wood element beings should possess. Perhaps this tree was relying on its green mist to capture prey, which it would then digest in its body? Perhaps these corpses were prey that it hadn't finished digesting yet. Gasp. If that were the case, then these corpses all belonged to people who had entered the mystery realm this time. Pa 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 pa. At least a dozen or so headless corpses stood up. Their bodies swayed about, and they were radiating with a rotten smell of death that would cause one to vomit. My head. My head. Return my head. The headless corpses released their thoughts, which formed a wave-like ripple. This was extremely strange. Without a mouth, how could one speak? Similarly, without a head, how could one convey their thoughts? As such, how were these headless corpses relaying their thoughts? Since they didn't have heads, they naturally didn't have any eyes either, yet it was as if all of them had eyes that were staring at Ling Han. As they raised their arms, their flesh fell from their bones until only their skeleton was left. However, there were still scraps of rotten flesh attached to the bones, and they looked as repulsive as could be. After a short pause, these headless corpses then charged toward Ling Han at an incredible speed. "I'll send you all to the afterlife," Ling Han said with a cold expression. He launched a punch that was imbued with the soaring power of lightning, causing a sea of lightning to form before him. Shio shio shio. However, the headless corpses were extremely agile, and as they jumped, they easily dodged Ling Han's attack. Interesting. Ling Han released a battle cry before wielding an expanse of lightning as if he were the son of lightning. Boom. He finally clashed with the headless corpses, yet he was surprisingly sent flying backward like a cannonball. However, the headless corpses were also dealt a heavy blow. After all, the power of lightning was no joke. Crackle. Blinding white lightning arced through the air, and it was as if the headless corpses were performing a jerky dance, with each of their bones shuddering uncontrollably. Ling Han bared his teeth in pain as he picked himself up from the ground. He felt as if all of his bones had been loosened by the devastating clash. As he stood up, he was still a bit dazed, so he couldn't help but stumble a little. Ah! As if suffering unimaginable pain, the faces on the white demon tree released a piercing and contorted cry. Pooh! The white demon tree released another burst of green mist that enveloped all of the headless corpses. The arcs of lightning on the headless corpses instantly died down, and after a short moment they completely vanished. This first exchange ended in a draw. After recovering, the headless corpses immediately launched another wave of attack at Ling Han. Some of them lunged into the air, while others directly charged toward him head-on. Some of them also dashed over from his sides. The headless corpses fully utilized their advantage in numbers. At this moment, a sinister gleam suddenly flashed across the eyes of the man that Ling Han had saved. To everyone's surprise, he suddenly lunged over to attack the Empress. This woman was far too beautiful, and her stunning beauty caused his heart to beat in excitement. Ling Han had saved him, yet he was now attacking the Empress and attempting to kidnap her now that Ling Han was being surrounded by a group of headless corpses. Moreover, he was attacking the Empress from behind. With his 4th Severance cultivation level, he was confident that he could capture her without a hitch. Ah! However, just as lunged forward, he suddenly felt an agonizing pain traveling over from his bottom. He instantly roared in pain, and his voice was as miserable and shrill as could be. He observed the surroundings with his divine sense, only to discover that a large black dog had chomped down on his bottom at some unknown time. Gasp! When did this dog lunge over? You're seeking death. The Empress roared as she hurriedly turned around. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. She wasn't enraged because he was repaying kindness with evil. Rather, she was enraged because such trash actually dared to target and attack her. After all, with her proud and haughty personality, she couldn't care less whom they saved at all. Anyhow, she wouldn't take these matters to heart. However, was she someone whom any random person could violate? She immediately raised her hand. Swoosh! Countless rays of sword light furiously slashed toward the man. The man was completely stunned. This attack was far too terrifying. It was imbued with countless powers of regulations, and it was as if the entire Great Tao were crushing down toward him. He felt as if he were about to be crushed into nothingness. Pum! He was instantly sent flying, transforming into a tiny black dot in the distance. Why has Grandpa Dog also been sent flying? The large black dog's voice traveled over from the distance. He was still biting the man's bottom, so he was naturally sent flying with him as well. Ling Han humphed upon seeing this, and he immediately launched an attack to push the headless corpses aside. At this moment, his entire body was shrouded in lightning. Pum! His legs bent slightly and he immediately launched himself into the sky. Crackle! Channeling his power of lightning and also using his brute strength, he was able to lunge into the air at an incredibly quick speed. He instantly caught up to the man, and he easily grabbed him before returning to the rundown village. Spare me, the man stammered. Ling Han smiled and said, even though I saved you, I didn't ask you to repay me or anything. Yet, you actually decided to repay my kindness with evil. This is taking things too far and it's not something that I can tolerate. I won't kill you either, but I've decided to rescind my decision to save you. No, no, no. The man exclaimed in shock. He almost wet his pants in fright. However, Ling Han completely ignored him as he tossed him back to the white demon tree. The white demon tree immediately released a burst of green mist before unleashing a long vine that grabbed the man and pulled him toward the trunk of the tree. There was terror on the man's face. He could naturally guess that all of the headless corpses were people who had been dragged into the trunk of the white demon tree. Afterward, their heads had disappeared, and their power had also been slowly absorbed. In fact, even their corpse would be controlled to do battle. Save me! Save me! Save me! The man screamed in despair. Ling Han wore a cold expression and he was completely unmoving. The Empress was more so wearing an expression of pride and haughtiness. In her eyes, only Ling Han and those who were close to him were worthy of her attention. Others were like nothing more than sand and dust. It mattered little whether they lived or died. Ah! The agonized wails of the man instantly halted as he was dragged into the trunk of the white demon tree. You've inflicted this fate upon yourself, Ling Han said coldly. Had that man truly thought that he was a foolishly benevolent person? The large black dog ran over to the Empress and said, "Can you be softer next time?" Grandpa Dog was almost torn apart. The Empress completely ignored his question. She was incredibly proud and haughty. Because it had captured another prey, the white demon tree didn't launch another wave of attacks at Ling Han. Instead, the headless corpses retreated to its side as if they were protecting it. The beings here have all developed a powerful ability of slaughter, the large black dog said. Theoretically speaking, the white demon tree should have only been able to absorb all kinds of violent and chaotic auras. In other words, it should have only been able to threaten cultivators using its murderous aura. Now, however, it was actually swallowing the physical bodies of cultivators, and even using their headless corpses to do battle. This far exceeded his expectations and imagination. The white demon tree started to squirm in a rhythmic manner. After a short while, a new face appeared on its trunk. This face also wore an agonized expression, and it was as if the person had suffered unimaginable torture before their death. Pooh! A headless corpse suddenly fell out. It was initially dazed, yet it quickly locked its senses onto Ling Han. Where's my head? Chapter 1803, Capturing the Demonic Tree. This is truly a demonic tree, Ling Han remarked. The Empress nodded in agreement. She was indeed proud and haughty, yet she definitely wouldn't be careless during this kind of critical moment. The headless corpses encircled them again, yet they stopped 60 or so meters away from Ling Han. It was as if this distance was their limit, and they couldn't advance any further. Ling Han chuckled before actively charging toward the monstrosities. You truly think that I can't deal with you monsters? He said with a humph. He immediately unleashed his cracking light sphere before shouting, "Explode!" Boom. As the headless corpses lunged over, the cracking light sphere had already exploded with a resounding rumble. Lightning arced through the air, and this was an incredibly devastating power. Pa 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 pa. The headless corpses were all blasted back, and several of them were directly blasted into smithereens under the overwhelming power of the lightning. Meanwhile, Ling Han stealthily reappeared again. Just then, he had activated the banishing technique to hide in a separate dimension. By doing so, he had avoided the devastating shock waves of his own attack. Indeed, the explosion of the cracking light sphere would even affect him, the wielder. Right now, there were still 7 headless corpses that hadn't been destroyed yet. However, they were all missing either arms or legs, meaning that their battle prowess was much weaker than before. Seeing this, Ling Han immediately charged forward to attack the demonic tree. He was going to take it down in one fell swoop. Whoosh! The remaining headless corpses immediately lunged toward Ling Han to stop him with their bodies. Piss off! Ling Han roared. He unleashed the might of the Shenin source water, instantly freezing all of the headless corpses. He then launched a furious punch toward them. Crack! The headless corpses were all smashed into broken shards of ice. The faces of the trunk of the white demon tree instantly contorted, and it was as if they were facing some kind of unimaginable terror. Poo pew pew. The trunk of the tree split open again, and it spat out numerous additional headless corpses. This time, however, all of the corpses were relatively old. Only their bones remained and all of their flesh had already disappeared. These skeletons locked onto Ling Han, and even though they didn't have skulls, it still felt as if they were staring at him. More and more of these skeletons fell out from the white demon tree. Fuck. You bloody demonic tree. Do you have a sick hobby of collecting corpses? Ling Han murmured. He couldn't help but feel disgusted by this sight. This white demon tree was like a black hole that could spit out corpse after corpse. In just a short moment, several hundred corpses had already been released from the trunk of the white demon tree. Right now they were standing around it like guards. The white demon tree raised its leafless branches slightly, and upon receiving this signal, the army of skeletons instantly charged toward Ling Han. Pu piu piu. When these skeletons neared Ling Han, they all extended their arms to release bursts of green liquid toward him. With hundreds of skeletons performing this action in unison, this was an incredibly astounding sight. A dizzying smell instantly rushed into Ling Han's nose, causing his entire body to become weak. It was as if he were about to collapse into a heap. Poison. Ling Han immediately channeled his nine heavens flame. Boom. A barrier of flames instantly materialized around him, vaporizing all of the green liquid, and it turned into black smoke. With a single thought, he immediately activated his flame control technique as well. The flames in the surroundings instantly fell under his control, and he gathered these flames into a blazing fireball with the nine heavens flame as a medium. 10 Beasts Technique. Ling Han activated yet another celestial technique. Pa pa pa. The flames immediately transformed into 10 immortal beasts. In the past, he had only been capable of summoning 3 immortal beasts. This was due to the limitation of his origin power. Here, however, there were far too many elemental particles of flames in the surroundings, and these were all particles that he could absorb and use. Thus, he was easily able to summon 10 immortal beasts. Moreover, these were all extremely powerful immortal beasts. If it weren't for the limitation of his cultivation level, Ling Han could have summoned immortal beasts that were at the dividing soul tier. Even so, the beasts that he had summoned were already at the peak stage of the 4th Severance. Moreover, they were all powerful king tiers. The 10 immortal beasts were blazing with flames as they lunged forward, and these were flames that even dividing soul tier elites had to use their full power to resist. In fact, after reaching this location, even immortal palace tier elites needed to rely on blood dragon armors to resist the power of the chaotic fire particles. It was only because the white demon tree was native to this land that it wasn't targeted by the chaotic fire particles. However, because of Ling Han's manipulation and the appearance of the 10 battle beasts, things had become completely different. Boom boom boom. The 10 battle beasts unleashed their formidable might, pushing the skeletons over. As they released their scorching flames, the skeletons were more so incinerated, transforming into ashes. The 10 battle beasts were formidable as they charged forward and obliterated the army of skeletons. Expressions of terror spread across the faces on the trunk of the white demon tree again. However, Ling Han was speechless when he discovered that the demonic tree was slowly sinking into the ground. It was as if it were attempting to stealthily escape. "Can you flee?" Ling Han said with a humph. The 9 heavens flames surged forth, forming a giant net that locked the surrounding heaven and earth. The white demon tree had already developed intelligence and it was, in fact, quite smart. Upon discovering that it had no path of escape, it resolutely abandoned all thoughts of escape. It then stared at Ling Han and split open its trunk again. Pu piu piu. Several things were spat out again. However, it wasn't headless corpses this time. Rather, these were the faces of men and women, all of which were filled with expressions of agony. These faces hovered in the air, and they started to slowly float toward Ling Han. After a brief moment, they suddenly spat a burst of black air in unison, and these bursts of black air transformed into countless swords and spears. There were constructs of regulations, and there were also flashing symbols of the great Dao. This attack was extremely terrifying. Ling Han's physique was indeed powerful, and it allowed him to easily defend against purely physical attacks. However, it would be weaker against the power of regulations. Thus, even though those at the severing mundane tier couldn't kill Ling Han using brute strength, they would be able to refine him using the power of regulations. Anyhow, this attack naturally couldn't kill Ling Han. However, it would be capable of giving him some minor trouble. At the very least, it would cause him some pain. As such, Ling Han didn't want to face this attack head-on. He extended his arm and activated Tide of the Ages, aiming to age the attack from the white demon tree. This was the power of time, the most powerful regulation under the level of Celestial King tier. It was naturally formidable, and it instantly decomposed the attacks from the swords, spears, and whatever else was flying toward him. It was as if Ling Han were taking a casual stroll as he neared the white demon tree. As he advanced, he also continued to snap his fingers and unleash bursts of sword chi that obliterated the faces in the air. These people had already died, so they were better off returning to the earth. The white demon tree made one final struggle, opening its trunk to unleash a boundless murderous aura. This was a unique type of tree that absorbed all kinds of violent and chaotic auras to grow, so it was only natural that they possessed bursts of extremely concentrated murderous auras inside their bodies. As it radiated outward, the murderous aura transformed into a black skeleton that wielded a giant scythe. The scythe swung down, and Ling Han could feel a tearing pain on his skin even before the blade of the scythe reached him. He humphed softly, and he immediately activated his water element source power as he unleashed a punch. Pah! The entire white demon tree was frozen in place. With a wave of his hand, Ling Han immediately absorbed the white demon tree into the black tower. Done and dusted. Hand the white demon tree over, a cold voice suddenly shouted. Ling Han looked over only to see a man dashing over from the distance. His expression was incredibly domineering and haughty. This man was extremely young and his appearance was also very handsome. However, Ling Han didn't recognize him at all. For what reason? Ling Han asked calmly. If you don't, you'll die, the young man said in an ice-cold voice. This was a mystery realm, so it was extremely natural for people to die here. Anyhow, there would be no ill consequences as long as one killed all of the witnesses. Of course, people wouldn't dare to kill successors of Celestial King tier forces such as Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng even if they had the opportunity to do so. Otherwise, that would be taking an extraordinary risk. If the Celestial King tier forces couldn't find the culprit, they might simply kill everyone who was related to the case. Trying to reason with a Celestial King tier force? That would be far too foolish and naive. However, there were only 2 successors of Celestial King tier forces inside this mystery realm. Moreover, Ling Han clearly wasn't one of them. Chapter 1804, Paper Human. I don't believe you, Ling Han said with a shake of his head. The young man snickered and said, I'm Nangong Ting, the holy son of the lunar sect. He was telling Ling Han to consider the consequences of becoming enemies with him. Ling Han smiled and said, Isn't Bei Xianming the holy son of the lunar sect? That trash. Nangong Ting scoffed. His expression was filled with disdain and he said with a frown, Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and hand the white demon tree over. He had set his eyes on the demonic tree since a long time ago. However, the previous time that he had come, he hadn't had any confidence in defeating it at all. This time was different. Firstly, he had already advanced from the 3rd Severance to the 4th Severance, meaning that his battle prowess had increased by several times. Secondly, he had borrowed a treasure that would allow him to suppress the white demon tree. He had initially been brimming with confidence, and he had believed that apart from kings among kings such as Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng, no one else could defeat and obtain the demonic tree. However, upon arriving, he discovered that the demonic tree had already been taken by someone else. Even though he hadn't met all of the holy sons, holy daughters, and successors of the 3-star forces, he possessed all of their general information. As such, he knew that Ling Han wasn't one of them. Thus, even though he was slightly apprehensive of Ling Han, he was confident that he could definitely deal with him. However, since Ling Han was relatively strong, he didn't attack straight away. He didn't want to waste his time and energy on Ling Han. If he could resolve this with words, why would he choose to battle instead? Ling Han chuckled and said, In my eyes you're no better than Bei Xianming. Impudence? You actually dare to compare me to that trash? Nangong Ting shouted in rage. That trash had actually been defeated by someone at the same cultivation level as him. At the same time, his marriage with the Fu clan had also seemingly fallen through. As such, Nangong Ting viewed him with utter contempt and disdain. How was such trash worthy of being a fellow holy son? Are you intent on seeking death? Nangong Ting asked with a sneer. He slowly pushed his palm upward. Boom. A wisp of flames burst to life in his palm before quickly growing into a large fireball that was pulsating with symbols of the great Tao. Don't you know that I'm a fire element cultivator? If we fight here, my battle prowess will increase by at least 2-fold. He said in a haughty voice. However, the battle prowess of others won't increase by a single bit. Instead, their battle prowess will be suppressed. Are you sure you want to fight with me? The Empress stepped forward and said in a cold voice, Piss off. Nangong Ting was infuriated. This woman actually dared to tell him to piss off? Just how audacious was she? He was just about to scold the Empress, yet upon glancing at her, his words instantly became stuck in his throat. Tidus. How can such a stunningly beautiful woman exist in the world? He had seen bewitching Maiden Row before, and he had been astonished by her breathtaking beauty at the time. He had viewed her as the most beautiful and most charming woman in the entire world, and he had thought that her beauty couldn't possibly be surpassed. However, the heavens always performed miracles, and an even more beautiful and noble woman had now appeared before him. Her beauty was such that one would want to bow down and kowtow to her. Ha ha ha. He suddenly burst into laughter, and killing intent wantonly radiated from his body. He hadn't wanted to fight with Ling Han just then, and he had simply wanted to take the white demon tree from him. After all, Ling Han was definitely a powerful cultivator. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat and obtain the demonic tree. Thus, it was best that they could resolve things peacefully. Now, however, he had changed his mind. He wanted this woman. He definitely had to obtain this woman. Ling Han saw the greed in his eyes. This was an expression of extreme lust. He involuntarily shook his head. This person was seeking death. Die. Nangong Ting roared as he unleashed the fireball from his palm. He would kill Ling Han and then capture the Empress. As for the large black dog, Nangong Ting completely ignored his presence. Ling Han also raised his hand toward the sky. Boom. Flames burst to life in his palm, and a fireball similarly formed in his hand. This fireball was twice the size of the one that Nangong Ting had summoned. Nangong Ting's eyes widened with shock and disbelief. You can summon more fire particles than me? With a gentle push, the fireball in Ling Han's hands burst forward. Boom. The two fireballs collided, instantly sending wisps of flames into the surroundings. This was a violent collision, and after a brief moment, Nangong Ting's fireball suddenly started to collapse. It transformed into hundreds of shards that flew into the surroundings. Meanwhile, only 1/3 of Ling Han's larger fireball had been consumed as it continued to hurtle toward Nangong Ting. Nangong Ting's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly jumped aside to avoid being struck head-on by the fireball. He was indeed powerful, and he managed to just barely dodge Ling Han's fireball. However, dodging the first attack didn't mean that he could dodge all of the subsequent attacks. Right after landing, his entire body immediately curled up in pain. At the same time, he howled in wretched pain. Just then, the large black dog had already teleported over to wait for him. "Ty brat, you dare to underestimate Grandpa Dog?" the large black dog said in a smug voice as he loosened his bite. With a crunch, he immediately snapped his jaws down again. "Ty dog, let go!" Nangong Ting roared in fury. Boom. Flames burst from his body, and symbols of the great Dao started to pulsate around him. Being the holy son of a sect, he was naturally extremely powerful and talented. These flames were immensely destructive and terrifying, so much so that the large black dog had no option but to let go. Activating a teleportation technique, he immediately returned to Ling Han's side. Nangong Ting's face was twisted in anger and agony. In his mind, everything should have gone smoothly and easily. He should have killed Ling Han with ease before capturing that stunningly beautiful woman. Now, however, he hadn't obtained anything at all. Instead, he had been bitten by a rabid dog. "You people have successfully enraged me," he said in a cold voice. He retrieved a pouch and took something out from it. This was actually a paper human. Ling Han had initially thought that Nangong Ting was going to retrieve some incredible treasure, yet he had simply retrieved a paper human? Was this his trump card? Umph. A pained expression flashed across Nangong Ting's face. This was a treasure that he had borrowed from an elite in his sect. It was a consumable treasure, and it could only be used a limited number of times. He had initially planned to use it during more crucial times, yet for the sake of the white demon tree he was willing to use it right here and right now. In fact, he had initially planned to use the paper human to suppress the white demon tree anyway. Upon tossing the paper human into the air, rays of brilliant light instantly burst forth from it. The paper human then started to expand, eventually transforming into a normal-sized person. Its upper body was covered in symbols of the great Dao, and each symbol was as profound as could be. These were symbols that one could lose themselves in. "Kill him," Nangong Ting commanded as he pointed at Ling Han. The paper human immediately locked its gaze onto Ling Han. With a flash, it then instantly charged toward him. This paper human, was extremely powerful. Ling Han launched a fist at the nearing paper human, yet he was immediately sent flying backward, with several bloody gashes appearing on his skin. Pseudo-dividing soul tear, the large black dog exclaimed. Little Han, be careful. The paper human was extremely quick as it pursued Ling Han, and as it raised its right hand, the symbols of the great Dao transformed into a spear that viciously stabbed down. Ling Han's fighting spirit involuntarily soared. What did it matter that his opponent was a pseudo-dividing soul tier elite? He activated his lightning flash as he started to exchange strikes with the paper human. Pung 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 pung. The paper human was extremely nimble, and it was able to block Ling Han's attacks regardless of how quickly he launched them. In fact, it was even able to occasionally counterattack. Moreover, its battle prowess was superior to Ling Han's, so each of its attacks was able to wound him slightly. Pseudo-dividing soul tier, this meant that the paper human already possessed a portion of the battle prowess of ordinary dividing soul tier elites. In reality, cultivators couldn't reach such a level. They would either be at the peak stage of the fourth severance or they would be at the dividing soul tier. However, created treasures and tools could reach such a level. The paper human unleashed its full might. Its power was such that it wouldn't trigger a backlash from the violent aura of the hidden dragon mystery realm. At the same time, however, it could easily crush all of the severing mundane tier cultivators in the mystery realm. In some sense, it could be viewed as an invincible opponent. Chapter 1805. How lofty is your goal? How would Ling Han deal with this formidable paper human? He had no other plans at this moment, and he simply yearned to exchange blows with this paper human. This was because battling against a powerful opponent could aid him in comprehending the great Dao. After all, this immense pressure would force him to unleash his potential. Moreover, very few people could cause him to feel pain anymore. Ling Han's fighting spirit was raging, and he freely unleashed all kinds of celestial techniques. Apart from the Shenin source water and the nine heavens flame, he unleashed all of his other techniques. In terms of genuine strength alone, he was naturally no match for a pseudo-dividing soul tier elite. However, his physique was far too powerful, so much so that he was essentially undying. As such, what did it matter if he were wounded? He would simply regroup and launch into battle again. Are you a freak? Nangong Ting turned pale upon seeing this. Even if his opponent were a holy son or a holy daughter from a celestial king tier force, he was absolutely certain that they couldn't be any more freakish than Ling Han. Gasp. Who in the world is this person? However, a pseudo-dividing soul tier elite was a pseudo-dividing soul tier after all. The paper human was incredibly quick, and it had already launched countless attacks in the blink of an eye. Even though Ling Han's recovery ability was freakish, it was still unable to keep up with the rate at which he was getting wounded. Thus, his wounds became more and more severe. Nangong Ting breathed a sigh of relief. By the looks of it, Ling Han was finally on the verge of being defeated. However, Nangong Ting was feeling extremely pained. He hadn't imagined that it would take so long to defeat Ling Han. This would consume a huge amount of the paper human's energy, and would thus leave a question mark on how many more times it could be used. In any case, he could at least obtain the white demon tree as well as a breathtakingly beautiful and charming woman. This was definitely worth it. Ling Han's wounds became increasingly severe. Not only was his flesh bloody and mangled, but even his bones could now be seen. Fortunately, his godly bones were extremely sturdy, so they still hadn't been broken. He was extremely satisfied and he said, "Enough with the fun and games." Nangong Ting sneered upon hearing this. You want to end the battle just like that? Do you even have a choice? With a single thought, Ling Han immediately summoned 10 flaming battle beasts that lunged toward Nangong Ting. Meanwhile, he continued to battle against the paper human. Nangong Ting cursed in his mind, and hurriedly unleashed a celestial technique to block the 10 battle beasts. However, although these battle beasts weren't formed from source power, they were still incredibly powerful thanks to the profoundly high-level fire particles in the surroundings. Each of them could rival the battle prowess of a king tier at the peak stage of the fourth severance, so each of them was more than powerful enough to rival Nangong Ting. With 10 of them present, how could Nangong Ting not be terrified? In just a few exchanges, Nangong Ting was already riddled with wounds, and he looked just as miserable as Ling Han was. At this moment, Ling Han circulated a drop of indestructible true fluid, fully healing his wounds. He then finally unleashed his trump cards in the Shenin source water and nine heavens flame. Otherwise he wouldn't be powerful enough to dispose of the paper human. With these two source powers unleashed, his situation instantly took a turn for the better. However, he was still at a slight disadvantage. Upon seeing this, Ling Han couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The gulf between severing mundane tier cultivators and dividing soul tier elites was truly far too great. Moreover, the paper human was only a pseudo-dividing soul tier elite. However, Ling Han should have considered the fact that he was only at the second severance, yet he was already able to battle against a pseudo-dividing soul tier elite for so long. This was simply unfathomable. Meanwhile, Nangong Ting was already starting to show signs of collapse. He was only at the early stage of the fourth severance, and although he was a king tier, he would still be at a disadvantage even if he came across just a single battle beast. Thus, how could he rival 10 of them? Moreover, these were battle beasts that had been summoned by a celestial technique, meaning that they were undying and unafraid of being wounded. As such, he couldn't even threaten them with mutual destruction. The flame control technique and the 10 beast technique, these were two celestial king tier techniques. Combined with the unique environment of this mystery realm, they had now formed this incredibly powerful battle prowess. Nangong Ting had no option but to command the paper human to rush over and protect him. Otherwise he would definitely be killed by the 10 battle beasts. Ling Han naturally wouldn't allow this to happen. Relying on his powerful attacks, he forcefully prevented the paper human from rushing over to help Nangong Ting. Puh! He violently spat a mouthful of blood. It was far too difficult to battle against a pseudo-dividing soul tier elite head-on. After all, its battle prowess could probably rival that of kings among kings at the peak stage of the fourth severance. Right now he was 2 entire minor levels weaker, so how could he not spit blood? In fact, it was thanks to his insane physique that he was able to battle against it until now. If it had been Luo Changfeng or Zai Bingyun, perhaps they would have already become a corpse by now. When Ling Han spat his 13th mouthful of blood, the paper human suddenly ground to a halt, stopping all of its attacks. Nangong Ting had already been brutally killed by the 10 battle beasts. The paper human faltered for a moment before suddenly turning around and sprinting toward the entrance of the mystery realm. Its speed was as quick as lightning. Without a master, it was naturally returning to its owner. However, this mystery realm was heaven knew how far away from the lunar sect, so it was hard to say whether the paper human had enough remaining energy to return. Anyhow, this wasn't something for Ling Han to worry about. After all, he would head to the Western Celestial Realm after leaving the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm. Would the lunar sect pursue him through the boundless seas to exact revenge? He retrieved a spatial ring from Nangong Ting's corpse. As he was the holy son of a 3-star sect, Nangong Ting's wealth was naturally quite remarkable. A satisfied smile spread across Ling Han's face. Killing enemies and snatching their wealth was indeed the quickest way to gain riches. Thus, it was best for others not to provoke him. Otherwise, Nangong Ting's today would be there tomorrow. Ling Han removed the tree heart of the white demon tree. It was a semi-transparent fist-sized crystal, and one could see mist-like matter swirling around on the inside. That was the most concentrated of murderous auras. After refining it, he could use it to comprehend the regulation of slaughter. The Empress stated that she didn't need this matter. Her path wasn't that of slaughter, so this tree heart was completely useless to her. In fact, it might even shake her Dao Heart. Indeed, the demonized tree heart was a precious treasure, yet it was also a double-edged sword at the same time. If one weren't careful, they might end up wounding themselves instead. They might also undergo a huge change in personality, and that would be equivalent to becoming a completely different person. Ling Han had full confidence in himself, and he was certain that he wouldn't be affected by the negative emotions of the demonized tree heart. After resting for a while, they continued to venture through the plain. The large black dog suddenly waved at Ling Han and said, "Brat, come over here." "What crappy idea do you have now?" Ling Han asked in irritation. The large black dog was wearing a solemn expression, and he asked, "Brat, how lofty is your goal? Why have you suddenly become so serious?" "I can barely adjust to this," Ling Han said with a chuckle. "I'm being serious," the large black dog said with an expression of disdain. Ling Han pondered for a moment before answering, "My goal is naturally to become a celestial king." Becoming a celestial king seems like a huge goal, yet in reality, the large black dog stood up on his hind legs and clasped his front paws behind his back with a haughty posture before continuing, "Through the countless epochs, do you know how many celestial kings have appeared in the celestial realm? Don't tell me there are as many celestial kings as dogs. Ling Han said with a chuckle. Although that's slightly exaggerated, there have definitely been more celestial kings than you can imagine, the large black dog said slowly. After becoming a celestial king, one can truly break free from the immortal's calamity. Through the countless epics, heh. Then why are there so few celestial kings now? Ling Han asked in puzzlement. According to the large black dog, there should have been a huge number of celestial kings in existence. In fact, even one-star cities might have their own celestial king. The large black dog's expression became grave and he said, because they've all died. Ling Han's expression involuntarily darkened. Just then, you were still saying that there were as many celestial kings as dogs, and that they had already broken free from the immortal's calamity. Now, however, you're telling me that they've all died. Isn't this statement self-conflicting? Brat, you haven't understood my meaning, the large black dog said with a shake of his head. Why have the celestial kings all died? It's because they weren't powerful enough. Ling Han spread his hands and said, you're seriously confusing me. Chapter 1806, Fifth Severance. The celestial realm isn't as peaceful as you think, the large black dog said solemnly. So you're saying that there's some kind of profound karmic fate that even celestial kings can't avoid? Ling Han asked. He kind of understood the large black dog's meaning now. The large black dog nodded and said, this child can be taught. You've finally developed some intelligence. Ling Han also became serious and he asked, what kind of karmic fate can cause celestial kings to die one after another? Strange. If such a grand battle has occurred, why do so few people in the celestial realm know about it? I'm not sure either, the large black dog replied as he scratched his head. He looked extremely unreliable at this moment. Ling Han couldn't help but ask, then how have you come to this conclusion? The large black dog glanced at him in disdain and said, because of my memories, of course. You clearly don't remember this, so what memories are you speaking of? Ling Han retorted. Are you stupid or something? I've already lost my detailed memories of this matter, yet I can still remember the existence of the profound karmic fate. What does this mean? It means that this karmic fate is of incredible importance. The large black dog explained and shook his head. His face was filled with disdain. Ling Han stroked his chin and asked, then how is this related to what you said in the beginning? How is it not related? The large black dog said with a scoff. If you're not powerful enough, you'll still be cannon fodder even if you've reached the celestial king tier. The celestial king tier is divided into 9 heavens, where each heaven is unfathomably more powerful than the last. A first heaven celestial king coming across a second heaven celestial king is equivalent to a severing mundane tier cultivator coming across a dividing soul tier elite. Moreover, if one wants to become a 9th heaven celestial king, they need to reach a level of perfection in all of the previous cultivation levels. Ling Han smiled and said, rest assured, I've reached a level of perfection in all of my cultivation levels. He wasn't boasting as this was the reality. It's because of your conceited nature that I'm specifically warning you about this, the large black dog said in a haughty voice. Do you think that severing heaven and earth signify perfection? Ling Han was slightly astonished and he asked, this doesn't signify perfection. No, no, no. The large black dog shook his head and said, my memory tells me that this isn't enough to become a 9th heaven celestial king, a heavenly venerate or whatnot. Not only do you need to sever heaven and earth, but you even need to reach the 5th severance. 5th severance? Ling Han couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Was this even possible? The 4th severance was the limit, and one wouldn't be able to sever anything else. Otherwise they could only sever their own life. This was common knowledge. If one could continue to sever the mundane, then why didn't people reach the 5th severance, the 10th severance, or even the 100th severance? At that time, wouldn't they be able to crush even dividing soul tier elites and immortal palace tier elites? Since the minor tiers were designed as such, there was naturally a good reason behind it. Reaching this level is naturally extremely difficult. In fact, casting one's gaze through past and present, few people have managed to succeed. However, I know that if you want to reach the highest pinnacle of cultivation, you must reach the 5th severance. The large black dog said in a solemn voice. Severing heaven and earth can only allow you to become a king among kings. However, reaching the 5th severance can allow you to become one of the rare few paramounts in the world. However, this is only a possibility. If you don't reach the 5th severance, though, you won't even have the right to entertain this possibility. According to the large black dog, only those who had severed heaven and earth could advance to the celestial king tier. Through the countless epics, countless prodigies had managed to achieve this even though it was extremely difficult. As such, a large number of celestial kings had come and gone. Ling Han gazed at the large black dog and asked, "Fifth Severance? Fifth Severance?" The large black dog replied with a nod. "If you only want to become a celestial king, you can continue to follow your current path. However, if you want to become a ninth heaven celestial king, you have to take a path that's filled with many more obstructions and challenges. Moreover, you have to reach a level of perfection in not only the severing mundane tier, but also in the dividing soul tier, the immortal palace tier, and the ascending origin tier. You have to surpass all of the kings among kings. Only by doing so can you reach the pinnacle or even surpass the pinnacle." Ling Han pondered for a moment before asking, "You mentioned heavenly venerate just then? What heavenly venerate? Did I ever say that?" The large black dog asked with an expression of puzzlement. Did he mention it without knowing? Or is he purposefully acting oblivious? Ling Han still remembered Small Tower referring to the original owner of the Black Tower as a heavenly venerate. Was this a title of respect, or was it some kind of cultivation level? However, neither Small Tower nor the large black dog appeared keen to delve deeper into this topic. Thus, Ling Han didn't push them on it either. In any case, he would eventually reach this level one day. If he couldn't reach it, what would it matter whether he knew about it or not? "Why are you suddenly telling me about this?" Ling Han asked. "I need to head somewhere soon," the large black dog replied as he gazed into the distance. His gaze was profound and his expression was extremely solemn. "Where?" Ling Han asked in surprise. By telling him this so suddenly, it was as if the large black dog were making arrangements for after his death. Was he about to go to some incredibly dangerous place? "An incredibly dangerous place," the large black dog said in a low voice. There was an air of tragedy and heroism about him. Ling Han frowned and asked, "What in the world are you planning to do?" "In the past," the large black dog recollected his memories for a moment before continuing, "I promised myself that I would steal Celestial King Ling Miao's panties. Now that Grandpa Dog has returned to the celestial realm, it's time for me to act on this promise." When the large black dog finished speaking, his tongue was hanging out, and his eyes were gleaming with excitement. Fuck. Ling Han immediately launched a kick. He had thought that the large black dog was finally becoming serious for once, yet he had been as wrong as could be. "Little Han, don't cross the river and destroy the bridge. Grandpa Dog has finally seen you for what you are, you ungrateful wretch." The large black dog shouted as he dodged Little Han's attacks. Ling Han chuckled coldly in reply. They continued to advance. This plain was astonishingly large and it was also riddled with all kinds of unknown dangers. In fact, just flipping a rock might release a burst of chaotic aura that would transform into arrows and swords and attack those nearby. To say nothing of Ling Han, who was only at the second severance, even those at the Immortal Palace tier might be killed by these unexpected dangers. Thus they were all incredibly careful as they ventured forward. They would check the surroundings again and again even for the simple task of plucking some saintly medicine. At Ling Han and the Empress Cultivation, the use of saintly medicines was simply to help them accumulate more origin power. Meanwhile, they could use celestial medicines to aid their comprehension of regulations. However, the effects of saintly medicines were already minimal, and they would need to ingest a huge amount of it to see any tangible benefit. A dozen or so days passed and they finally managed to exit the vast stretch of plain. They arrived at the foot of a mountain, though this wasn't the volcano that released blood dragon stones. Gazing ahead, that volcano still appeared to be far away in the unreachable distance. It was truly difficult to determine how far away the volcano genuinely was. Anyhow, there was a palace atop the mountain before them. Ling Han had researched the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm before, so he knew that this palace was called Ascending Dragon Palace. Why was this mystery realm called Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm? In fact, this was related to the Ascending Dragon Palace. According to legends, this was one of the few palaces in the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm that hadn't been destroyed. More accurately, it was a structure that had suffered relatively little damage. The Ascending Dragon Palace was most likely a location for examining the disciples of the Celestial King tier force. Moreover, it was for examining those at the Severing Mundane tier. Because the formations were still relatively intact, they could still be triggered by those who entered. If one managed to successfully pass the examination, they would be able to obtain some rewards. In the past, those who had entered the mystery realm had occasionally obtained some cultivation techniques. Almost 99% of these had come from the Ascending Dragon Palace. Otherwise, after countless years of plunder, how could there still be any treasures left in the mystery realm? When traversing through the plain, everyone's path would have been different. After arriving here, however, everyone would be gathered together once again. This was a location that one had to pass. At the same time, it was also a land of huge opportunities that no one could avoid. Far away in the distance, a large white rabbit nibbled on a carrot as it used its ruby-red eyes to gaze at Ling Han. It then cracked a slight grin, and a sinister expression spread across its wolf face. Chapter 1807, Shameless Sneak Attack. People gathered from all different directions, and they started to climb the mountain before them. After reaching this place, even elites at the Immortal Palace tier wouldn't be able to advance without a suit of blood dragon armor. The fire particles here were far too powerful, and they would kill anyone who wasn't wearing blood dragon armor. However, Ling Han was an exception. He possessed the Nine Heavens Flame, and he also possessed the Flame Control technique. Thus, this place didn't pose any danger to him whatsoever. Instead, it was much like a playground. He wasn't wearing a suit of blood dragon armor, yet the others wouldn't be able to see this. Instead, they would think that he was wearing the suit of armor underneath his clothes. If they discovered the truth, however, they would all be transfixed with shock and disbelief. After all, what kind of freak could stand here without wearing a suit of blood dragon armor? Even Immortal Palace tier elites couldn't achieve such a feat. Ling Han, die, someone roared. Ling Han glanced over only to see someone charging over with a staff. The symbols on the staff were all glowing, and they were radiating with a formidable aura as the staff smashed down at his head. This person seemed extremely unfamiliar. However, his cultivation was extraordinary, and it was clear that he was a 4th Severance elite. His battle prowess was supreme, and even if he hadn't reached the level of King tier, he was definitely very close to doing so. Anyhow, this person clearly wasn't attacking Ling Han on a whim. Instead, he had been waiting for him for a long time. Not only had he activated the full power of his pseudo-celestial tool, but he had even unleashed a formidable secret technique that formed an image of heaven and earth behind him. The auras of yin and yang circulated through this image. As his staff slammed down, it was as if heaven and earth were about to be obliterated. Perhaps even Luo Changfeng and Zai Bingyun could only retreat in the face of such a ferocious attack. In their haste, they definitely wouldn't be able to muster enough battle prowess to rival this attack. After all, this was a sneak attack against an unprepared enemy. Ling Han couldn't help but feel slightly infuriated. If his opponent had challenged him head-on, he wouldn't have viewed them in contempt no matter what. In fact, he might even spare them if he won. But a sneak attack. Boom. The person charged over, and his staff arrived before he had even reached Ling Han. The inky black staff smashed toward Ling Han's head, and it was clear that the person yearned to kill Ling Han in a single strike. The Empress humphed coldly and she was just about to counterattack. However, Ling Han placed a hand on her shoulder, and this dissolved her urge to charge forward. Ling Han slowly looked up. Pop. He caught the iron staff with a single hand. Boom. This was a devastating collision, and a ripple of shock waves shot through Ling Han's body before bursting into the surrounding space. The shock waves were far too powerful, yet thanks to his freakish physique, they weren't able to injure him at all. In fact, the destructive shock waves hadn't been able to enter his body, and they had only rippled across the surface of his skin. There was a deafening rumble, and the area where Ling Han was standing instantly caved in. At the same time, a web of fractures spread into the surroundings. A swirl of violent aura threw dust into the air as it radiated into the distance. The nearby cultivators couldn't help but stop to gaze at the commotion. They raised their brows and expressions of astonishment spread across their faces. Ling Han had actually blocked that earth-shattering attack head-on? Is he a fucking human? Even Ling Han's assailant was stunned upon seeing this. He definitely hadn't imagined that Ling Han would be so powerful. One had to realize that he had already prepared this strike for an extremely long time. Moreover, he was attacking an unsuspecting target, so he should have been able to crush Ling Han without any doubt. Ling Han humphed before pulling with his hand, causing the iron staff to crash toward him. At the same time, his assailant was forced to stumble over along with his staff. His expression changed drastically and he frantically shot back in retreat. At this moment he simply wanted to flee. Trying to escape? Ling Han asked. He unleashed his aura. Boom. This aura was like a tsunami, and it caused the limbs of his assailant to shudder, stopping him in his tracks. Heaven's might. This technique was relatively ineffective against King Tears. However, his assailant hadn't reached such a level yet, so he was naturally affected by the overwhelming Heaven's might. Although he was only affected for a split second, this was already enough for Ling Han. Ling Han dashed over and threw a punch as he did so. Pah! The man's head exploded into bits of broken flesh and brain. This was an extremely brutal and bloody scene. Pah! Ling Han activated his origin power protective barrier, stopping the blood and broken flesh from striking his body. He then swept his cold gaze across the surroundings, with his silent warning easily understood by everyone present. This was the fate for those who dared to target him. Upon catching his gaze, all of the nearby cultivators involuntarily lowered their heads. They didn't dare to make eye contact with him. Even those who were secretly checking out the Empress didn't dare to look at her anymore. This person was far too powerful, and he was also far too merciless. That assailant was from the Qianzhao clan, right? Ling Han, how audacious. You actually dared to kill my subordinate. A young man said with a cold humph as he stepped forward. He was wearing a yellow robe that was decorated with the embroidery of 100 lively beasts, each of which was radiating with a terrifying and vicious might. Ling Han glanced at him and asked, "Can't they be killed?" "My subordinate simply wanted to spar with you," the young man replied. "Yet you actually killed him with such ruthlessness. You're taking things too far." Ling Han couldn't help but chuckle and say, "You're calling his sneak attack a request for sparing? Your shamelessness truly knows no bounds. Oh, that's right, I've forgotten to ask for your name. Come, tell me who you are." Anger flashed across the young man's face and he said with a humph, "The Qianzhao clan's Qianzhao Yang." "Oh, it's that dogsh *T clan again," Ling Han said in disdain. For some reason he had an inherent dislike for the name of this clan. He would feel angry every time he heard the mention of it. Woof. The large black dog was extremely displeased upon hearing this, and he immediately lunged over to bite Ling Han. "Brat, your tongue is so toxic." Ling Han dashed aside with a smile and said, "There are good people and bad people, so there are naturally good dogs and bad dogs as well. Don't make a connection with yourself every time I mention something to do with dogs. It's as if you're eager to let others know that you're a scheming and mischievous dog." The large black dog was enraged upon hearing this, and he started to snap his jaws as he chased after Ling Han. Qianzhao Yang's expression darkened. He was one of the potential successors of the Qianzhao clan, and his status was, in fact, even higher than that of Qianzhao Gao. Moreover, he was at the peak stage of the fourth Severance, and he could already advance to the dividing soul tier. It was only because he wanted to enter the hidden dragon mystery realm one more time that he had suppressed his urge to advance. "You people actually dare to ignore me? Fuck. You're seeking death." Qianzhao Yang roared as he resolutely launched an attack. Although his subordinate had been insta-killed by Ling Han just then, he was also extremely confident that he could have achieved the same feat. Thus, he was completely unafraid of Ling Han. Of course, being unafraid was one matter, and he was still extremely wary of Ling Han's strength. Right now he was unleashing this celestial technique with his full power. "Myriad sword technique," he roared as he patted his waist. Countless golden swords instantly shot forth, with each of them measuring 3 feet in length. There were at least 10,000 swords, and each of them was filled with a dense pattern of symbols. Moreover, the swords were arranged in some kind of formation, and they were all able to resonate with each other. Ling Han looked up with an expression of slight interest. He wasn't interested in the celestial technique, but he was rather interested in the treasured swords. They were all composed of 1-star pseudo-divine metal. To him, even 10-star pseudo-divine metal and level 20 godly metal were essentially the same thing. They were nothing more than materials for the divine demon sword to engulf. However, he was still overjoyed to see so much pseudo-divine metal at once. This would be a fruitful harvest. With a flash, the Empress immediately dashed forward. She wasn't a delicate woman who needed the protection of a man. Instead, she was the peerlessly domineering Empress Luan Xing. "Young lady, I don't want to hurt you, so hurry up and stand back," Qianzhao Yang immediately shouted. The Empress was so beautiful that he couldn't bear to attack her. Chapter 1808, Picking Up Trash. The Empress completely ignored his shout. In her eyes, Chen Zhaoyang, Luo Changfeng, and the others were no different from ordinary dogs and cats. She wouldn't pay any attention to them at all. She simply needed to crush her enemies. With a phoenix-like shout, she waved her slender hand and struck her palm at Chen Zhaoyang. Umph! Anger spread across Chen Zhaoyang's face when he saw this. Although he was attracted by the Empress' beauty, he definitely wouldn't be merciful if they were to do battle. If push came to shove, he would simply hold back a little and only capture her alive. Afterward he would do unspeakable things to her. He extended a finger. Wang. The 10,000 swords rung in unison before shooting toward the Empress like a shower of meteors. The Empress shuddered as she released her 9 doppelgangers. With another shudder, all of her 10 bodies summoned 10 flaming battle beasts each. She had also learned the flame control technique. Although she didn't have the 9 heavens flame to act as a foundation, the fire particles in the surroundings were still extremely friendly toward her. Thus, she could easily summon 100 battle beasts. 9 deaths heaven art and the 10 beasts technique, this was the combination of 2 powerful celestial techniques. Was this not freakish? Boom. The 100 battle beasts roared in unison, forming a visible sound wave that shook the 10,000 swords. What level was the myriad sword technique at? It was the celestial technique of a 3-star force, so it could only be at the immortal palace tier even if it were a top-notch core technique. That being the case, could it rival the combined power of 2 celestial king tier techniques? It naturally couldn't. The 100 beasts charged toward the 10,000 swords. Meanwhile, the 10 empresses wore expressions of pride and haughtiness as they stood back to watch the result. Pung pung pung. The 100 battle beasts unleashed their overwhelming destructive power, clashing with the golden swords and completely obliterating them. They then tossed the scraps onto the ground, with all of the symbols that had once adorned the swords completely destroyed. The swords were reduced to nothing more than ordinary pseudo-divine metal. Although these battle beasts only possessed battle prowess at the peak stage of the 4th Severance, and although they hadn't reached the king tier yet, were they not powerful enough to deal with these swords? Ling Han was grinning from ear to ear as he cheerfully retrieved all of the fallen golden swords. These were all nutrients for his divine demon sword. Stop! Chen Zhaoyang roared with a pained expression. Even for a holy son of a 3-star force like him, 1-star pseudo-divine metal was still incredibly rare and valuable. In fact, he had exhausted all of his savings to refine these 10,000 swords. Why hadn't he exchanged his savings for 2-star pseudo-divine metal? Wouldn't that have resulted in more powerful swords? It wasn't that he didn't want to, but it was because he simply couldn't afford it. Chen Zhaoyang charged toward Ling Han in an attempt to prevent him from stealing his swords. However, the Empress immediately dashed over to block his path. Boom. The two of them exchanged a blow, and the Empress was clearly at a disadvantage. This was inevitable. After all, the Empress was only invincible against those 1 minor level above her. Thus, it was quite challenging for her to rival those at the early stage of the 4th Severance. Meanwhile, Chen Zhaoyang was a king tier at the peak stage of the 4th Severance. If it weren't for her supreme divine fetus, and if it weren't for her 9 doppelgangers absorbing some of the damage, she would have already been defeated long ago. Ling Han didn't rush over to help her. The Empress was also a cultivation prodigy, so such a powerful opponent could give her enough pressure to more quickly advance to the peak stage of the 2nd Severance. Once she reached the 3rd Severance, the Empress could remain fearless before king tiers at the peak stage of the 4th Severance even if she couldn't defeat them. Ling Han joyfully continued to retrieve the golden swords. Since Chen Zhaoyang had unleashed them, he wouldn't need to think about retrieving them anymore. Chen Zhaoyang couldn't endure this any longer. He pointed at the sword formation and shouted, "Return!" The vast sword formation instantly started to retract. "Freeze!" Ling Han roared. He was going all out to retrieve this pseudo-divine metal. He unleashed his water element source power, instantly causing the surrounding temperature to drop to pit bottom. Even the flying golden swords were frozen, and they were unable to move by even a single inch. It was as if time had also been frozen. In the next instant, however, the golden swords suddenly started to plummet toward the ground. "Ling Han, you dare?" Chen Zhaoyang shouted in a shrill voice. This was all of his savings. Yet, Ling Han was retrieving them as if he were picking up trash. His heart ached in pain. "Little Han, you're even picking up trash? I'm ashamed to be acquainted with you," the large black dog said in disdain. He immediately ran off into the distance. With his detestable nature, how could he be so righteous and just? He had most likely found a target, so he was simply running off to commit some evil. Chen Zhaoyang was beside himself with rage. They were actually referring to his golden swords as trash? They were the true trash. He wanted to stop Ling Han, yet he couldn't break free from the Empress' obstruction. Firstly, the Empress was too strong. Secondly, the Empress was breathtakingly beautiful, so how could he steel his heart to wound her? He would always instinctively hold back. Ling Han cheerfully collected all of the golden swords. If he were lucky, the divine demon sword might advance to the stage of level 3 pseudo-divine metal. He smiled at Chen Zhaoyang and said, "Thanks for your generosity. Return my swords." Chen Zhaoyang roared in wild rage. He finally unleashed his trump card, extending his hand and drawing a circular symbol in the air. This symbol was extremely complex, and it radiated with a brilliant glow as it flew toward the Empress. The Empress didn't dare to face this attack head-on. Its destructive power was far too terrifying, and if she came into contact with it, her doppelgangers would definitely be obliterated. Meanwhile, even if her true body could offload some of the damage to her 9 doppelgangers, she would definitely still suffer severe wounds. One definitely couldn't underestimate the holy sons of large sections. Those who enjoyed such a status had all defeated and risen above tens of thousands of other prodigies. They were all freakishly talented and powerful. With a roar, Ling Han activated his lightning flash, and immediately arrived before the Empress. He then clenched his right hand into a fist, and used the Xianin source water to form a water dragon that coiled around it. With this done, he threw a punch at the overwhelming circular symbol. "You're seeking death," Chen Zhaoyang involuntarily said in his mind. Could his symbol be defeated so easily? This was a symbol that had been carved into his mind by an immortal palace tier elite of his sect. It was because of this that he could channel it. Moreover, the engraving would be consumed each time he activated it, so he needed to replenish it from time to time. However, its might was astounding, and it was almost unparalleled in the severing mundane tier. "You're at the second severance, yet you actually want to face this attack head-on? Are you not seeking death?" Ling Han's fist whistled over. Pum. Winds howled and clouds rumbled, and the surrounding mountain path was forcefully cracked and fractured. Shards of rock shot through the sky as if they were weightless. Crack. A web of cracks appeared on the circular symbol, and it wasn't long before the symbol crumbled like a piece of brittle pottery. It disintegrated into countless tiny shards that fell to the ground. Puh. Chen Zhaoyang was transfixed with shock and disbelief. Just then, he had still been daydreaming about smashing Ling Han into smithereens with a single strike. Now, however, the result was completely different from his imagination. This was far too incredible. How had Ling Han shattered the regulations of an immortal palace tier elite? Chen Zhaoyang naturally didn't know that the Xianin source water was at the Celestial King tier. If one had to make a comparison, it was as if a Celestial King had implanted a regulation inside Ling Han's body. Even though the limitation of Ling Han's cultivation level meant that he couldn't fully unleash it, would it not be powerful enough to crush everyone else at the same cultivation level? Trying to rival Ling Han's regulations was an absolute joke. In some sense, even Celestial Kings couldn't rival Ling Han. This was because he possessed 2 types of source powers. Ling Han was brimming with killing intent. At this moment, he was already certain that it was Chen Zhaoyang who had commanded his subordinate to launch a sneak attack on him. Thus, that assailant had only been a tool. Meanwhile, Chen Zhaoyang was the true culprit. Facing this kind of person, he naturally didn't need to show any mercy. He would kill him without hesitation. Chapter 1809, The Battle Beasts Show Their Might. Consider yourself lucky. Chen Zhaoyang waved a hand, planning to just walk away. Making a move on Ling Han was because he wished to ask for credit from Zai Bingyun. By now, who did not know that Ling Han had greatly offended Zai Bingyun? However, aside from the eyewitnesses that day, different versions of the story were being circulated from the mouths of others. For example, Ling Han harassed Zai Bingyun, or that Ling Han had uttered crude words to Zai Bingyun in public. Some had even said that Ling Han had shown something indecent to Zai Bingyun. In short, whoever killing Ling Han would definitely be able to ask for credit from Zai Bingyun. With Chen Zhaoyang's status, he did not take this little bit of merit to heart. What was more important was that he could form a connection with a Celestial King tier force through this matter. Furthermore, what if Zai Bingyun fell in love with him? This was not impossible. What was so bad about him, Chen Zhaoyang? At the very least, he was a holy son too. While he was not equal to Luo Changfeng, that was because their overall level was different, leading to a difference in the resources they could access, and not because his own natural talent at cultivation was weak. Thus, the moment he spotted Ling Han, he could not help commanding his subordinate to launch a sudden attack on him. He still wanted some face. As a holy son, how could he possibly personally launch a sneak attack on a target that was weaker than himself? But he had not imagined that not only would his subordinate be killed, he had even lost a precious sword formation. In fact, he had even played his trump card, but it was still unable to suppress Ling Han. This made him feel extremely despondent, and he had lost all fighting spirit. What was the point of continuing the fight? He had best obediently look for other fated opportunities. Ling Han couldn't help but smirk coldly. You think you can still escape? He opened his mouth and menacingly asked, You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? Haha. Chen Zhaoyang faltered for a moment, and then broke into laughter in great disdain. I, Chen Zhaoyang, wish to leave, and don't tell me that you will be able to stop me. I'm not interested in stopping you. I only wish to send you on your way, Ling Han stated calmly. Impudence. Chen Zhaoyang rebuked coldly. Who was he? One of the heirs of the Chen Zhao clan. And Ling Han? Some unknown character. In the celestial realm, while natural talent was important, without a noble background you were still nothing. Otherwise, why would he be so much inferior compared to Luo Changfeng? Ling Han's killing intent blazed. He was going to use Chen Zhaoyang as an example, letting everyone know what kind of price they would have to prepare themselves to pay if they were to make a move on him. Though he was unafraid of strong enemies, he also disliked being ambushed constantly by others. Killing you is like killing a chicken, he declared calmly. It did not mean that killing Chen Zhaoyang was easy, but rather that in Ling Han's eyes, this was merely a cat or dog that he would not think overly much about even if he killed it. He would not even bother remembering his name. Chen Zhaoyang's body trembled in his overwhelming fury, and he felt that Ling Han was really too arrogant. Though he could not kill Ling Han, would Ling Han be able to kill him? And he said that it was like killing a chicken, tui? I will not lower myself to your level. Chen Zhaoyang decided to ignore Ling Han completely. Once he had left the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm, he would go and break through to the Dividing Soul tier, and once he had advanced into the Dividing Soul tier, then no matter how freakish Ling Han was, he really would only be like a chicken that was grown for slaughter in front of a Dividing Soul tier elite. Thus there was no need to be in a rush now. Moreover, there weren't any existing grudges between himself and Ling Han, right? There was no need for him to waste time on fighting the latter to death here. That will not be up to you to decide. Ling Han charged out, and using the 10 Beasts technique, multiple battle beasts of fire appeared, their roars resounding like thunder. At present he could only use the 10 Beasts technique perfectly in this mystery realm. Since that was the case, he naturally had to make good use of the opportunity. Otherwise, after he left, he could only throw out 2.5 battle beasts, and their battle prowess would be far weaker. The 10 battle beasts appeared. This was battle prowess that would practically drive one to despair. In this mystery realm, Severing Mundane tier was king. 10 battle beasts that were at 4th Severance peak stage, and were king tiers at that, unafraid of death or injury. Who would not be afraid when they saw such a lineup? Even a king among kings like Luo Changfeng and Zai Bingyun would have to advance into the 4th Severance to be able to suppress them, and if they faced this lineup right now, they definitely would have to flee. Chen Zhaoyang roared in fury, but being ganged up on by 10 battle beasts, he could only bear the barrage with much difficulty. All around them, surprised exclamations sounded. Tidis. Chen Zhaoyang was the heir of the Chen Zhao clan, and a king tier at 4th Severance peak stage at that. But now, he was actually being oppressed by 10 battle beasts. It should be known that this was only a secret technique that Ling Han had used. He himself had not made a move yet. Gods, just what kind of monster was this young man? No wonder he was still alive and kicking even after having offended Zai Bingyun. There was really no one else that had this strength. It was inevitable that some people would begin to make their guesses. Could it be that Ling Han had really harassed Zai Bingyun? Otherwise, why didn't she recruit this kind of prodigy into the clan to be carefully nurtured? In the future this might be yet another celestial king. Chen Zhaoyang was extremely tragic. Who asked him to have encountered Ling Han in this mystery realm? Even if his true strength was superior to Ling Han, he was still completely helpless now. In fact, whether he would be able to even keep his life was a question. Those in the area were anxious internally. Some were even marveling at their luck in secret. Thankfully they had not moved yet, otherwise, they would be in deep trouble. A man that could offend a celestial king tier clan and still be alive, was he someone that minor characters like them could deal with? They had best leave the matter to be resolved by Zai Bingyun herself. This was not a good way to gain her favor. If they tried, they would only land themselves in disaster with no hope of reprieve. Of course, there were still others that thought that they were stronger than Chen Zhaoyang, and had more powerful trump cards, and did not think that killing Ling Han was an impossible feat. Ling Han, do not be an intolerable bully. Chen Zhaoyang was already in a precarious situation. These 10 battle beasts were really too fierce, forcing him into dire straits, and what was more damnable about this was that there was nothing that he could do about it. Could it be that he really had to kill himself in a suicide tactic along with one of these battle beasts? Then he would definitely be nailed on the pillar of shame in future, as the world's greatest idiot. Bully your sister, I'm killing you? Ling Han declared angrily. Only you were allowed to make a move on me and not the other way around? What kind of logic was that? Chen Zhaoyang showed a cruel expression. If he fought the 10 battle beasts to death, his only end would be dying with grievance. Thus he had to take a gamble. If he killed Ling Han, the danger would naturally be resolved. As the heir of a 3-star clan, he naturally did not lack decisiveness. His decision made, he immediately released a battle cry, and charged towards Ling Han. The 10 beasts were still ganging up on him, and forcefully blocked him from advancing further. Every battle beast had strength that was not inferior to his, and what kind of concept was having 10 of them joining forces against him? Chen Zhaoyang was not even qualified to break out of the siege. He roared in fury and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His vitality soared, and his battle prowess actually increased greatly. This was him burning his life force, gaining a temporary increase in battle prowess, but the time he could maintain this increased battle prowess was pitifully short. Peng he broke out of the siege and charged towards Ling Han. The 10 battle beasts all launched their offensive, but Chen Zhaoyang did not even bother to parry their blows. Otherwise, if he was detained, he would once again become the focus of their siege. Even life force could not possibly be burnt with just a thought. If he could use a powerful move that would put his life on the line continuously, would it still be considered putting his life on the line? Puh. Chen Zhaoyang threw up blood consecutively, but his figure was still continuously speeding up, pouncing right at Ling Han. He was holding a breath, determined to kill Ling Han. As long as he killed Ling Han, he would be able to resolve this deadly situation. Chapter 1810, A Test of Dao Heart. Chen Zhaoyang pounced, using what power he had left to unleash his final attack towards Ling Han. This was really his final strike. He had expended too much strength in breaking out of the siege of the 10 battle beasts, and had also sustained severe injuries. This was also the last strike that put his life on the line. If it did not succeed, he would die. The final attack, consisting of all the hope for survival from the heir of a 3-star force, was definitely nothing that could be underestimated. Ling Han was unafraid. You are already at the end of your line, so would I still be afraid of you? He pressed down a palm and grabbed out at Chen Zhaoyang. Pum. Chen Zhaoyang's strike arrived, and Ling Han used 2 celestial techniques at the same time. Tide of the Aegis continuously corroded Chen Zhaoyang's attack. This was the world's strongest regulation before Celestial King tier. Otherwise it would not have been coveted by the Ding clan. But because of his cultivation level, it could not completely disperse Chen Zhaoyang's attack. However, Ling Han used the banishing technique again, and the remaining force would not be able to take effect at all. Ling Han grabbed out with one hand, which just happened to be grabbing Chen Zhaoyang's neck. He held him up like he was holding up a chicken. It was really too pitiful for Chen Zhaoyang. Though he was acclaimed as the heir of a 3-star force, because his present injuries were too severe, he did not even have the power to counter. His limbs drooped down weakly as Ling Han held him up by the neck. This strike had not succeeded and he would really be dead. Ling Han, enough. A cold hump sounded. Chen Zhaotian stepped out. A cold smirk curled up the corners of his lips, while his heart was practically rejoicing in delight. Why was this? Chen Zhaoyang was his competitor, and now he had been defeated publicly by Ling Han like this. Furthermore, he had been utterly humiliated at that. Bringing such a stain on his name, would this guy still be able to bring himself to sit on the position of heir? Even if Chen Zhaoyang cared nothing for his face and was still unwilling to let go of his status as heir, he would make a report on his side, and no matter what, he was determined to shove Chen Zhaoyang off the position of heir. But to just watch as Chen Zhaoyang was killed by Ling Han, that could not be allowed to happen. By then the clan would punish him as well, wouldn't they? Watching indifferently as his clansman was humiliated and killed, you did not even say a word. How could this kind of person be allowed to sit in the position of clan leader? Could he be expected to protect the benefits of the clan? Thus, now that he had watched enough of the show, Chen Zhaotian finally spoke up. Ling Han ignored him. To say nothing of Chen Zhaotian, even Fu Gaoyun could not possibly command him. It would have to depend on his present mood. If he was happy, he would give him some face. But if he was not? Who cared about you? Crack. Ling Han twisted his hand, and Chen Zhaoyang's neck was forcefully broken. The regulations formed by the Nine Heavens flame rushed into Chen Zhaoyang's mind, instantly eliminating the latter's spirit. From this day onwards, Chen Zhaoyang would no longer exist in this world. You! Chen Zhaotian flew into a thunderous fury. He had not expected that Ling Han would really dare to kill the heir of a 3-star clan. This guy knew that he had already offended a celestial king tier force, and now had completely lost all reservations and wariness. Ling Han looked at him coldly and said, "What is it? Not satisfied? If you are, then come over. I will teach you how the word, satisfied, is written." Though Chen Zhaotian's eyes were almost popping out in fury, he did not dare to talk back. Ling Han had killed even Chen Zhaoyang, so what was he worth? Strange, previously this guy clearly did not possess such powerful strength. Furthermore, he had not seen that he had broken through to another cultivation level either, so why had he suddenly become as powerful as this? Lin Fang, Ting Sen and the others had all just arrived. Seeing how Ling Han behaved so domineeringly, and how Chen Zhaotian seemed like such a weak bottom, they all clicked their tongues in amazement. Who would have thought that a follower of the Fu clan would be able to force Chen Zhaotian to forget all his temper? They had also thought of killing Ling Han before, but at this moment, every single one of them dismissed this kind of idea. At the very least, Ling Han could not be trifled with in this mystery realm. Ling Han slanted a sideways glance at these people, and headed towards the summit, hand in hand with the Empress. After 2 consecutive battles and killing 2 people, his domineering aura was already embedded in their hearts. Who would dare become his enemy? Some people were secretly thinking, you can just show off as much as possible now, but once we leave the mystery realm, you will expose your true face. A mere severing mundane tier without any kind of noble background, and he still dared act arrogantly? Ling Han and the Empress arrived at the summit, and saw that there was a grand, majestic palace that greeted their sight. It was as black as ink on the outside, with multiple images of dragons inscribed on the outer walls, but it did not give off a solemn and respectful vibe, but rather seemed incredibly evil. In some myths, black dragons represented evil, and were a symbol of destruction. Ascending Dragon Palace. Above the great doors of the palace, the words shone brilliantly, and also possessed a prideful air that could suppress all eternity, leaping on the paper. The palace doors were wide open, but not a single person was inside. Going by logic, Ling Han and the Empress could not possibly be the first batch of people that had come here, so what happened to those who had been here before them? The 2 of them exchanged a look and stepped into the doorway. They only felt a completely irresistible force rush towards them, and had no choice but to let go of the hand that they held. Then, with a tremble of their figures, they each entered into a closed-up stone chamber respectively. This seemed to be absolutely normal. This clearly was a test. Ling Han had already made his mental preparations. He guessed that something like a stone figure or iron figure would probably appear and he would have to fight it. If he won, then he would pass the test. Couldn't they do something new? And just when he was mocking this cliché internally, 3 streaks of shadowy light fused, and then took the form of a human figure. His features were not distinguishable. In any case, he looked human and he was as tall as 3 meters and more, appearing extremely slender and tall. This figure opened his mouth and, as if they were just having a casual chat, asked, "Young man, why do you cultivate?" Ling Han gave an ah. This was a little unexpected. He had already prepared himself for a fierce battle. He had not expected such a turn in events. Why do I cultivate? Ling Han pondered for a moment and then replied, to possess greater strength so I can choose my own path, so I can protect the people around me, and so that I can live with a backbone. This answer conforms with social norms, the shadowy light figure gave his assessment. It is one thing to say it, But is your Dao heart really steady enough to be able to keep to the solitude of cultivation? Ling Han nodded. Then I will test your Dao heart. Next, you cannot make a sound. If you do, it means you have failed, the shadowy light figure said. Then he pointed a finger at Ling Han. Ling Han only felt a sudden darkness descend on his surroundings. He had lost all his senses. He could not see, hear, or feel anything at all. This was an extremely frightening experience. Living was not much different from being dead. Fortunately, Ling Han had not just had this kind of experience once. He attempted to ignite the Nine Heavens flame, but he shockingly uncovered that he had lost his connection with the Nine Heavens flame. Could it be that his divine sense had been deceived? Otherwise, there was no way he would not be able to sense the Nine Heavens flame. This was the power of his life force. If his divine sense had been deceived, then time would have lost all meaning. One moment could possibly be incredibly long. This was a test of his Dao heart. Would you be able to handle the solitude? Ling Han was silent, and slowly experienced that in this kind of endless coldness where he had lost all his five senses. He suddenly realized that comprehending Dao in such circumstances was actually a considerably good experience. The prerequisite, of course, was that he would not be driven crazy by this kind of feeling that was like death. With a firm Dao heart, he would be able to face everything directly. Chapter 1811, Trap. 1 day, 2 days, a year, 2 years, 100 years, 200 years. Ling Han had lost all sense of time, and only felt that he had waited as long as a few thousand or tens of thousands of years in this state, but his Dao heart had not wavered in the slightest. That was because he had discovered something meaningful, increasing his appreciation of the regulations of Dao. He hadn't advanced to the second Severance peak stage, right? Then he would go ahead and continue appreciation of Dao. Before, he had also experienced having lost all his five senses, but the two experiences were different. At that time he couldn't enter into the Black Tower, but he could still use all the techniques in his body. This time, however, his divine sense seemed to have been cut off, or was blocked in a specific area inside his mind. But under such conditions he could put everything else out of mind and focus on comprehending Dao. However, inevitably, feelings like emptiness and loneliness began to spread, corroding him and testing his Dao heart, and wanting to shake him and drag him into the abyss of darkness. In the cultivation world, this was called karmic hindrance. Everyone would encounter this. The only difference was whether it was stronger or weaker. Under normal conditions, most people could bear it, but in such an extreme situation, it was really too difficult. Ling Han guarded his heart and spirit firmly, focusing on comprehending Dao. Who cares what you are or what you do? My heart is inclined towards Dao, and my obsession will not change. It wasn't clear how much time had passed. He only felt as if he had encountered a bottleneck, the ceiling of the maximum limit of regulations. An enlightenment rose up in him. He had reached the second Severance peak stage. He had long since reached his limits in the area of origin power, and now his comprehension had also reached that level. Then next was breaking through. If he did not break through, he would not advance an inch further. Young man, you have passed the text. A voice rang out by Ling Han's ear. Suddenly, the space around him returned to normal, and he had come back to that stone chamber from before. That shadowy light figure stood with his hands clasped behind his back, bearing no expression. Ling Han showed an expression of astonished delight. Originally, he would probably need 100 years to reach the second Severance peak stage unless he continued to consume celestial medicines endlessly, increasing his appreciation of regulations. Furthermore, this was still taking into consideration that he had the reincarnation tree, and had two source powers of the heaven and earth inside his body. But now, he had actually reached this level with a single step. Still, just how much time had passed? This question had just risen in his heart, and he saw one of the walls of the stone chamber suddenly crack open. A figure rapidly shot out. Shua sword chi swept out, slashing madly at Ling Han. You mad criminal, die. This was an astonishingly beautiful woman. However, at this moment, her face was covered with grim ice. Who else could it be but Zai Bingyun? This strike was extremely frightening. As sword chi danced, even great Dao was trembling. Ling Han's brow wrinkled into a frown. This woman had come here as well. What a great coincidence. His killing intent blazed. He really did not have the slightest bit of fondness for Zai Bingyun. Just to take out her anger, she was willing to commit murder. She had really been horribly spoiled. Did she really think that he didn't dare to kill her? Ling Han's figure leaped out, his hands balling into fists. The two great source powers of heaven and earth circulated at the same time. One fist was blazing hot, while the other was icy cold, forming two extremities as they blasted towards Zai Bingyun. The two of them clashed in an exchange of blows. It was clear that Zai Bingyun had also gained a great benefit in this place, having advanced from the third Severance early stage to the third Severance peak stage. In terms of battle prowess, she still overwhelmed Ling Han completely. However, due to Ling Han's tough physique, it was still a great problem for her to cause any harm to him. Vile criminal, I want nothing more than to devour your flesh and drink your blood. Zai Bingyun harshly rebuked even while she was delivering attacks against him. Her beautiful eyes were wide as if she had suffered some great atrocity, and was filled with a boundless fury. Ling Han couldn't help but become speechless. Just who had been the first to trifle with the other? He wanted to toss a harsh rebuke back, but his heart suddenly clenched. How could it be so coincidental? It wasn't anyone else that had come, but had to be Zai Bingyun? The test given by the shadowy light figure was a test of his Dao Heart. He could not make a sound, but what if the so-called pass previously was only just another part of the test? With such thoughts, Ling Han immediately discovered what was off. Though the Shenin source water and Nine Heavens flame were very strong, they did not have that kind of supreme noble air of a source power of heaven and earth. Furthermore, he was still unable to sense the Black Tower. Originally, this should have been the first thing he realized, but he was filled with astonished delight previously, and heard that he had passed, which was followed by Zai Bingyun charging out. Everything had happened all at once, and he was not given the slightest time to think at all. This was still a part of the test. If anyone was careless and overlooked it, he would definitely fall for the trap. With a discovery like this, it was naturally impossible for Ling Han to speak. He only circulated his full power, and launched a powerful offensive against Zai Bingyun. At this time, he also discovered that though his physique was very strong, it had not reached the extent that it had after having been tempered by the indestructible Heaven's Scroll. Clearly, there was some mysterious technique that was imitating his condition, but the problem was that whether it was the indestructible Heaven's Scroll, Shenin source water, or Nine Heavens flame, they were all too high grade. Two were great source powers of heaven and earth, and the other had been created through fusing a considerable number of celestial king tier techniques, so how could they be emulated? It was greatly possible that this had been an ancient celestial king tier sect. But even if this technique had been laid down by a celestial king, how could a mere technique that had been left behind perfectly emulate three great celestial king tier objects with its creator now gone? That would really be a joke. Thus, if he investigated carefully, there were actually many gaps in the matter. Since that was the case, then could I be even stronger? Ling Han thought. I am not severing mundane tier, I am dividing soul tier. Boom! He instantly unleashed an incomparably powerful attack. One strike was crushing, and Zai Bingyun was blasted into smithereens, and turned into spots of light that gradually disappeared. Not bad, not bad. It was still the voice of that shadowy figure from before which rang out by Ling Han's ear. The scene in front of his eyes seemed to have changed slightly, but the change had been too fast. If it was not for the fact that Ling Han's senses were incredibly sharp, he could not possibly have been able to detect the change. He connected to the Black Tower at the first instant, and when he discovered that he could, he immediately relaxed. This time he had really passed the test. He sensed the condition of his physical body. The passage of time could be deduced from the minuscule changes in the physical body. It only took an instant and he immediately showed an expression of surprise. That was because only a few breaths' time had passed. It was only the time for a few breaths and he had advanced from the second Severance middle stage to the second Severance peak stage. This was practically a miracle. So this was the power of a celestial king? He had a dawning realization. Rather than calling this a test, it would be more appropriate to call it good luck. When this celestial king tier sect had still existed, this place was definitely not somewhere anyone could come just as they liked. Instead, only core disciples that had gone through careful, meticulous selection would be qualified. This was like taking a sip of reincarnation tea, which was similar to waking up from a slumber 100 lifetimes later. Ascending Dragon Palace, no wonder. This was indeed a place that would help a hidden dragon ascend into the heavens. You have understood. The shadowy light figure nodded. This is indeed a test, but also an opportunity. Whether you are able to grasp it depends on whether your Dao heart is firm or otherwise. However, every person only has an opportunity like this once in a lifetime. Furthermore, it is only limited to the severing mundane tier. Otherwise, the spirit would sustain a fatal injury. It will only be detrimental and not beneficial at all. Even celestial kings can do nothing. Ling Han was curious and asked, I have survived the solitude and guarded my Dao heart, so I have gained this good fortune, but if I was not able to pass through the next test? That false Zai Bingyun was actually the real test and could also be called a trap. The shadowy light figure did not show emotion and coldly replied, then you will not be able to enter into a place and search for another greater opportunity. What opportunity? Ling Han asked. Chapter 1812, Encounter. The shadowy figure did not reply, and merely pointed a finger at Ling Han. Ling Han felt his vision blur and the space he was in warped. When everything had stabilized, he had already appeared in a different location. This was a forest of peach trees and it was not clear how far it extended. At present, the plump blossoms covering the trees were all blooming wildly, creating a carpet of pink. A fragrance wafted in the air, refreshing the heart and spirit. In the celestial realm, all plants would be evolving towards the aspect of size. Typically, they would be giant trees that were several tens of thousands of meters high, and this could only be considered a normal height at that. The real giants were as tall as millions of meters, in fact. But in this place, the size of the peach trees was very normal. They were only about 6 meters tall, and with petals that fell and covered the ground completely, they presented an astonishingly beautiful scene. Ling Han first sensed his own physical state, and confirmed that this was a real location. Then he strode forwards. He did not have any destination in mind, and was just walking casually. There was no way that he would be able to distinguish directions in this place anyways. After walking for a while, he stopped. He had a feeling that if he continued to walk like this, he would never be able to walk out of here in eternity. The shadowy figure had said that passing the second test, he would be able to gain access to another spot of good fortune. Was this it? Great fortune naturally could not be bestowed on one for nothing. This was a test. Ling Han soared into the skies, and his eyes wandered over his surroundings. However, all he could see was still wide stretches of peach trees. They became a carpet of pink as if this was a world of peach trees. His eyes lifted slightly. Though the peach trees were grown very closely together, something different had suddenly appeared ahead. One of the peach trees had bent to one side. Initially, everything was uniform and neat, and suddenly there was one that was bent. This would probably drive a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder to death. Ling Han soared over, and with that spot as the center, he soon found another peach tree that had bent in growth. He continued to find these anomalies. His figure soared, but a whole 2 days had passed, and he was still going around in circles in this forest of peach trees that seemed to have no end. Wait, no. Ling Han shook his head. The path to leave, or rather the path towards that location of good fortune, could not possibly be as simple as this. Hi's figure descended, and he sat in a cross-legged position. The path that he had walked previously appeared in his mind. When one had reached the heights that he had, every path he walked would naturally be inscribed in his memory. Immediately, a route map spread out in his mind's eye. The complexity of the route was shocking. There must be a rhythm to it, Ling Han said to himself. He thought for a while, then directly entered into the Black Tower, and began his calculations underneath the reincarnation tree. Only a day later, his eyes snapped open and he broke into a smile. He was sure that he had found the correct path. Husband. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden walked over. At present, she was the only one left in the Black Tower. Even the bootlicker, the Azura demon emperor, had been tossed by Ling Han at the secondary city of Black Moon City, so she was naturally both bored and peaceful. Ling Han comforted her for a while. It could not be helped. She had not advanced to the severing mundane tier yet, so there was no way that she could walk around in the hidden dragon mystery realm. After exiting the Black Tower, Ling Han strode forwards. He had a card up his sleeve. After walking for a while, he saw an elegant figure in red ahead of him. The back was incredibly beautiful, and definitely could be considered the most exquisite creation by the gods. Wife, he immediately called out. The empress stopped and turned around. A bright smile appeared on her proud, exquisitely beautiful face, instantly causing this forest of peach trees to pale in color. With her perfect beauty there, anything would seem pale in comparison. Ling Han walked over while the Empress approached him. The two of them embraced and felt that though they had only been apart for a few days, it was like they had been separated for a lifetime. In a certain sense it certainly was so. Their divine sense had been cut off through some means and time had been ignored. They had to focus on comprehending Dao. Ordinarily, they would need millions of years to be able to complete this step. Thus, while it seemed to only be a few breaths' time to their spirits, it had indeed been as long as a few million years. Just like how they comprehended Dao underneath the reincarnation tree. Though it was said that one day was equivalent to 100 years, their spirits had truly and genuinely passed as long as 100 years. Absence made the heart fonder, and the two of them immediately kissed passionately, wanting to take in that feeling of familiarity from each other. "You are not allowed to leave me for as long as this again," the Empress said in a very domineering tone as she raised her head. Ling Han solemnly said, "Don't worry. Even if mountains and oceans separate us, even if a few epochs pass, I will definitely find you again." Only then did the Empress bloom into a beautiful smile, indescribably exquisite. The two of them walked on hand in hand. Speaking of the matter, it was really coincidental. The Empress had not found the path to leave this place, but had rather just happened to be walking in the proximity, and thus Ling Han had come upon her. This could only be considered as the two of them having a mental connection. Her comprehension ability might not be inferior to Ling Han's, but without the help of the reincarnation tree, how could she compare to him? The two walked further, and not too much time had passed when they saw a woman with a captivating figure appear once more in front of them. Her figure was close to perfection, but when compared to the Empress, they were still completely two different types. The Empress was domineering and noble, and even looking at her back was enough to make one's heart fill with admiration, wanting nothing more than to kneel at her feet and offer their humble worship. But this woman was different. She gave off an incredibly bewitching vibe. Upon taking a step, her flaring hips would gently sway. The arc was clearly not very accentuated, but because her slender waist was really too slender, this kind of arc seemed to be very exaggerated. As she swayed left and right, the fabric covering her shapely hips would tighten, and completely outline one side of her plump bottom. She was incredibly bewitching, causing one's fires of lust to burn immediately. This kind of seductive beauty belonged to the category of utterly bewitching woman who could, with a single look, drive men to thoughts of bed and to spare no cost just to have one night with her. There was no need to see her face, and Ling Han immediately thought that this was really a very small world, and everything was so coincidental. Bewitching maiden row. Husband go. The Empress's eyes immediately lit up. She had long since made her decision. If he could court her, then he would. If he did not manage to, they would just have to kidnap her by force. No matter what, this 9 revolutions charm physique could not be allowed to fall into the hands of another. As for whether bewitching maiden row was willing or not, or what her thoughts were, the Empress did not take it to heart at all. Every living being in the world was a mere ant, and she was the noble and dignified Empress, so what need was there for her to concern herself with them? Brat go. Small Tower actually leaped on the bandwagon as well. Go your sister, if you guys want to go, just go then. Ling Han was determined not to submit. Though beautiful women were pleasing to the eye, if he was to marry them, it was definitely not a case of the more, the merrier. He felt that his affection was already stretched enough over these lovers by his side, so how could he incur more debts of romance? Ahead of them, bewitching maiden row had also sensed their presence. With how sensitive their divine sense was, there was no need for her to see them with her own eyes. A sliver of wariness immediately appeared in her gaze. Ling Han and the Empress were too strong, and she could only depend on herself here. If they planned to use force against her, she was definitely in a disadvantageous position. So it is the two of you. Bewitching maiden Rose smiled beautifully. Even if she was battling, she would still smile delicately and brightly like this. The Purity sect cultivated charm techniques, and even if they died, they were determined to die with a smile. Call me big sister, the Empress demanded in displeasure. Bewitching maiden Row couldn't help but feel embarrassed, and her smile became slightly awkward as she said, "This little sister is really." Her eyes swept over the Empress, and her cherry mouth suddenly gaped widely. Added with her delicate, bewitching expression, it would make men think of certain indecent thoughts as they'd wish to shove a certain something into her small mouth, and fill it to the brim. How could there be such an exquisite woman in this world? Chapter 1813. So many people. Beautiful women were all conceited. Especially an exquisite seductive beauty like bewitching Maiden Ro, who was confident that none could match her. It was practically a fantasy for her to admit that her beauty was inferior to another woman's. But when she saw the Empress, bewitching Maiden Ro did not have the slightest bit of self-confidence. She could not help but admit that the latter was indeed much more beautiful than she was. It was not being just a slight bit more beautiful than her, but a crushing victory, and she couldn't even find the slightest bit of excuse, like her breasts were not as shapely as hers, her hips not as flaring as hers, or her waist not as slender as hers. Everything of the Empress was perfection itself. Furthermore, her bearing was really too powerful. She was as noble as a divine maiden that others could only admire from afar but dared not to commit sacrilege. Big sister. Bewitching Maiden Ro involuntarily called out, but the moment the words left her mouth, she hurriedly shut her mouth. How could she have compromised? The Empress nodded and said, "Since you have called me your big sister, you are a member of the Ling clan from now onwards." Hey, you are talking on your own here, right? Bewitching Maiden Ro hurriedly waved a hand in denial and protested, "Miss. Call big sister," the Empress corrected. Bewitching Maiden Ro couldn't help but become speechless. Even if you are as beautiful as a fairy, you can't be unreasonable. Ling Han laughed and said, Excuse me. At first, bewitching Maiden Ro was very wary about the two of them, and now she was further intimidated by the Empress's exquisite beauty, so she was naturally unwilling to travel with them. When she heard his words, she made the move to step out of their way. Ling Han pulled the Empress with him, while the latter complained, "Husband, she is a 9 revolutions charm physique, she cannot be allowed to benefit another." With her domineering attitude, these words were not said softly, but rather loud enough for the bewitching Maiden Ro to hear them clearly. Bewitching Maiden Ro almost stumbled and fell onto the ground, her pretty face twitching slightly. At this point she really had no idea what she should say. Ling Han only offered a dry laugh in her direction, and pulled the Empress away from him. "Rascal." Bewitching Maiden Ro couldn't help but spit out. "What does it have to do with me?" Ling Han felt wronged. He did not have any ideas at all, so why was it he that had become the rascal now? "You bewitching maiden, believe it or not, I will smack your behind?" This thought flashed through his mind and he couldn't help but hiss. Unconsciously, he had again been affected by this bewitching maiden's charm techniques. This bewitching Maiden Ro's charm was indeed inferior to the Empress, but it had an imperceptible influence. Every single time he saw her, his self-control would weaken slightly. Demon, she really was a demon. At first, Ling Han had wanted to rectify his own name, yet now he had lost the interest to even talk. He simply tugged on the Empress and walked off. Seeing them walk farther and farther away, bewitching Maiden Ro's heart moved slightly. She had already walked in circles around this place for more than 3 days, but still had not found the way to leave. Though the lifespan of a celestial was unlimited, time could not be wasted for nothing like this either. Moreover, the hidden dragon mystery realm would be open for around 10 years. By then, that volcano would go back to normal, and this place would turn back into a place that was diffused with killing intent. She instinctively thought that Ling Han and the Empress had found the way out. Though she thought that this kind of deduction was a little rash, since she could not find the way out on her own, why shouldn't she follow others? With such thoughts, she followed behind Ling Han and the Empress, keeping quite a distance. However, with how wide her divine sense could stretch out, it was definitely impossible for her to lose track of them. Half a day later, a person suddenly walked out from the oblique side. Fairy Ro," that person called out in pleasant surprise. This person was Beiyu Xiong. Bewitching Maiden Ro nodded at the other. The aim of the Purity sect was that anything that could be resolved verbally definitely should not be resolved with brute force. However, her feet did not stop moving. If she paused, Ling Han and the Empress could possibly walk out of the range of her divine sense. Beiyu Xiong hurriedly followed. Faced with such an exquisite seductive beauty like bewitching Maiden Ro, there was probably no one that could maintain a heart of stone and become angered. It was really very coincidental. Not long after, they bumped into another person. This time it was Lin Fong. She had also passed the previous test and managed to enter into this place, but the more she walked, the more she was unable to find the way out. Now that she had bumped into the others, she immediately felt an enthusiasm that came from meeting old friends in a foreign place, and walked onwards with them. Then they encountered Chen Zhao Tian as well as Ting Sr. Their numbers became larger and larger. Ling Han realized that more and more people were following behind him, but did not deliberately take a wrong turn. He was sure that if this fated opportunity belonged to him, then no one could possibly take it away from him. He was that confident. His mind became clearer and clearer. After walking for a while longer, light suddenly appeared ahead of him, and a peach tree appeared. It was not strange for peach trees to be here, but this one was slightly different because it was growing all by its lonesome. There was not a single peach tree in its surroundings, and this peach tree was extremely old. There was an old hollow that was big enough for one to pass through in the trunk. Just a bit larger and the whole tree would be broken. Even now, it was only connected by slivers of bark and one would feel worry just by looking at it. So this is the place. Ling Han was surprised. From the results of his calculations, this should be the finishing line, or where the great fortune was located, but he had not thought that it was another peach tree here. However, this one was clearly different from the norm, which was enough proof that his calculations had been correct. Still, what did this mean? Luo Changfeng held a map in his hands, but this was no ordinary map. There were two blinking spots of light on the map. One was immobile while the other was moving. The spot of light that was not moving was the destination, while the other spot of light represented his current location. Tens of billions of years ago, Lord Sect Master entered into this place and discovered the heavenly Dao Source Rock. At first, he had wanted to take it with him, but then he realized that the heavenly Dao Source Rock has already fused into one with the environment of this place, and had thus given up the idea. After so many years, the heavenly Dao Source Rock has already evolved into the heavenly Dao Jade, and this is the time to take it. Lord Sect Master favors me deeply, and has bestowed on me a treasure so that I can follow the clues. This time the heavenly Dao Jade will definitely become mine. However, the ancestor of the Ziyun clan also entered this place at that time, and a fierce battle even erupted between him and Lord Sect Master for the sake of the divine metal, so he must know that this place contains the heavenly Dao Jade. This kind of treasure does not have much benefit for anyone above dividing soul tier. Thus, Lord Sect Master did not move out personally, but instead sent me alone to enter this place. This is a test for me. Therefore, I must definitely get hold of the heavenly Dao Jade. Luo Changfeng's eyes shone. The heavenly Dao Jade can mend any holes in heavenly Dao, making up for the imperfections before the severing mundane tier, and allow one to become a king among kings. And for me, the heavenly Dao Jade can grant me a sliver of a chance to become a fifth Severance. Fifth Severance, a domain that even Lord Sect Master has not touched. Even Luo Changfeng's hand that was holding the map trembled slightly. Fifth Severance was only a myth even among celestial king tier forces. Just looking at the innumerable holy sons and holy daughters generation after generation, which one of them had actually attained the fifth Severance? As far as he knew, not even one. To say nothing of these ordinary holy sons and holy daughters, even among those holy sons and holy daughters that had eventually become celestial kings, none of them had attained fifth Severance either. This was a forbidden domain, and even celestial kings would have to look up at anyone who had attained it. But heavenly Dao Jade could defy nature and change one's fate. He was a king among kings, so he only had to refine the heavenly Dao Jade, and he would be qualified to break through to fifth Severance. Though it only meant that he had gained the qualification and increased his chances slightly, and perhaps might have just increased his chances from 0 to 1 in 10,000, but at least a bit of hope could be seen. The only thing I have to worry about is Zai Bingyun. She must also have come for the heavenly Dao Jade. Luo Changfeng murmured as he continued to study the map. The two spots of light on the map had already overlapped one another. Light suddenly appeared ahead of him, and Luo Changfeng's expression suddenly became incredibly colorful. Fuck, why were there so many people? Chapter 1814, Getting Close. Luo Changfeng was gaping with shock, and felt his head ache in a way that could not be described. This peach blossom sealing heaven set, how had you guys managed to make your way out? He had the map that had been passed down by a celestial king and could trace the clues, but even so, he had still spent some time, but you guys actually walked around randomly and still arrived earlier than he had. What justice was there left in this world? You guys were even more awesome than a celestial king? If one or two of them had made their way here, that possibly could still be considered luck or a coincidence, but now there were at least a dozen people, so could it still be considered coincidence? Luo Changfeng gaped widely, and felt a bout of dizziness come over him, almost collapsing onto the ground. Shua, the peach blossoms moved and an exquisite figure appeared. That was Zai Bingyun. Her expression was no better than Luo Changfeng's. At first she had been certain and confident in herself, but now her expression had become incredibly colorful. Her little cherry mouth was gaping widely as she looked on in shock. What's going on? What in the world is going on? Bewitching Maiden Ro, Beiyu Xiong, and the others were all discussing spiritedly. This was definitely no ordinary place. A wide open place, and there was only an old peach tree. Added with how the shadowy figure had mentioned that there was a great fortune hidden here, everyone had naturally set their hearts on it. Where was the great opportunity? Was it this peach tree? Luo Changfeng calmed his emotions. Thankfully, the heavenly Dao Jade had not been taken yet, so there was no need to worry. He strode forwards, his domineering aura on full display, causing those people in front of him to involuntarily move out of the way to let him through. Initially, he had just advanced into the third Severance, but he had previously gained a great improvement, and had now reached the third Severance peak stage. Though he had not broken through to the fourth Severance, with his natural talent as a king among kings, he could even defeat a king tier at fourth Severance peak stage. In this place he was invincible. Aside from Zai Bingyun who would dare compete with him. There had to be a reason why the two great celestial kings had only sent the two of them. It could be for no other reason than for them to compete with each other. As for the others, they were only their background. Now that he had reached this place, Ling Han was also a little stumped because he had completely no idea where the supposed great opportunity was. Seeing Luo Changfeng walk over, a thought streaked through Ling Han's heart and he stepped back a little. The former was the holy son of a celestial king tier sect, and 3 celestial kings had fought ferociously in the hidden dragon mystery realm before, competing over the divine metal. Perhaps he had been briefed by the celestial king, and knew how the great opportunity should be obtained. Since Ling Han did not know, he would let the other party do the work. When Luo Changfeng saw this, a cold smirk involuntarily spread across his features. He only thought that Ling Han was intimidated by his aura. This, in his eyes, was absolutely normal. How could a mere king tier be any match for a king among kings? He was an emperor tier. On the other side, Zai Bingyun was also walking delicately over, her bearing captivating. But Beiyu Xiong, Chen Zhao Tian, and the others all involuntarily focused on her behind, an image appearing in their minds. So fair ********, so rounded. Zai Bingyun flew into a thunderous rage, and when her eyes passed over Ling Han, her slender hand involuntarily trembled, and a powerful killing intent rose up in her. However, the heavenly Dao Jade was too important. It involved the question of whether she would be able to make a mark in history, and become the only emperor tier that had attained 5th Severance in history. Thus, everything else would have to be set aside for now, and taking the heavenly Dao Jade was her top priority. She did not interfere and allowed Luo Changfeng to do what he would. In any case, it was still quite far from the time to take hold of the heavenly Dao Jade now. Luo Changfeng mustered his full concentration. He was sure that no one would dare disturb him at this moment. Soon eerie light shone from that hollow in the old peach tree, and stone steps actually appeared. Furthermore, they were not going down but rather heading upwards into the skies. But when one looked after taking a few steps back, there was clearly no sign of any stone steps in the skies. This was the technique of a celestial king. If severing mundane tiers like them could decipher it, then shouldn't the celestial king find a piece of tofu and kill themselves? Luo Changfeng broke into a grin. This was actually a restriction. If one were to unravel it normally, it would take tens of thousands of years at least, but he had been taught by the celestial king, so this was no big deal for him. Hi's eyes swept over, slightly proud, but when he saw the Empress, his breath involuntarily stopped. It's just how could there be such an exquisite beauty? Zai Bingyun rushed over, her expression cold as ice as she icily rebuked, "Scram!" She did not make a move. Even if she had reached the 3rd Severance peak stage, she still did not have the confidence that she could kill Ling Han quickly, and the heavenly Dao Jade was really too important. She definitely did not wish to waste the slightest bit of time. She was the first to jump into that hollow and walked on that staircase upwards. Her behind is a little too big, affecting aesthetics. Behind her, Ling Han's judgment rang out, causing her to almost stumble and fall. Tolerate. Zai Bingyun gripped the hilt of her sword. She swore that she would definitely kill Ling Han as soon as she gained the heavenly Dao Jade. This time she was prepared and had brought a very deadly weapon with her. There was definitely no one that could match it in the severing mundane tier. Only someone like Luo Changfeng, who similarly had the technique of a celestial king, could become her only powerful rival. Only now did Luo Changfeng regain his senses. Though the empress was so beautiful that his heart throbbed strongly, and he was determined to marry her, he still decisively chose his grand ambition of becoming an emperor tier over a beautiful woman. He gritted his teeth and entered into the tree hollow. There was only a single heavenly Dao Jade, and if his movements were too slow, it would be gone. Though there was also only one empress, she would not fly away. Ling Han gripped the empress's hand, and followed behind them into the tree hollow. Behind them, bewitching Maiden Ro, Qianzhao Tian, Ting Sen, and the others all entered. All of them added together totaled 14 people. The steps in the tree hollow led up. At the beginning it was still dark all around them, but very soon it became a white space. Far in the skies, there was a mountain enshrouded in mist, just like a celestial domain. Zai Bingyun took the lead and Luo Changfeng followed closely behind. Ling Han and the Empress also used their movement techniques, and it was as if they were flying. Behind them, the others had all lined up into a long file. Not long after, the steps had ended and they had arrived at that mountain. This mountain was very strange. Its base was unknown because it did not extend all the way downwards, and there were clouds rolling all around which blocked visibility, and one could not see its clear outline. At this time both Luo Changfeng and Zai Bingyun stopped. They had only heard the bare details from the celestial kings. This was the place that contained the heavenly Dao Jade, but as for where the heavenly Dao Jade was exactly, they actually did not know either. Now that they had reached this place, they were at the same starting line as all the others. What exactly is the great opportunity? Lin Feng asked. She was also a great beauty, but bewitching Maiden Ro, Zai Bingyun, and the exquisitely beautiful Empress were here, so she did not stand out in the slightest. Everyone shook their heads. They were all extraordinarily talented and had agile reflexes, so they did not step into the trap and managed to make their way here. The shadowy figure had said that there was a great opportunity here, so everyone's heart was naturally tempted, but what exactly was this thing? Ling Han was also very curious. At first, he had thought that Luo Changfeng and Zai Bingyun had really just come upon this place by accident, but when he saw how the two of them were walking around with a sense of familiarity, he had another guess. They had come for the sake of this great opportunity. If it was something that could make the holy son and heiress of two celestial king-tier forces rush over, the value of this great opportunity had to exceed all imagination. Could it be the heavenly Dao Jade? Small Tower suddenly spoke up. Chapter 1815, Heavenly Dao Jade. What heavenly Dao Jade? Ling Han hurriedly asked. Small Tower paused slightly and then said, the heavenly Dao source rock developed over countless years, turning into a treasured jade, also known as the Foundation Jade, Remedy Jade. If one refines it in the severing mundane tier, it can make up for all the regrets that one has experienced before in the path of cultivation, and allow to reach perfection. Ling Han was stunned and asked, you mean even if they did not advance by striking the heaven and earth, they could also forcefully change that via the heavenly Dao Jade? That's right. Small Tower swayed. This was its version of a nod. You don't have to think that it is unjust. The heavenly Dao source rock is formed by the source power of earth, and has to go through countless years of change to be able to turn into a jade. Only one could probably appear every few epochs in the whole celestial realm. Only one would appear in a few epochs. That was even rarer than the reincarnation tree. Anything that involved source power was extremely awesome, wasn't it? Ling Han nodded but did not place too much importance on it. He had cultivated each cultivation level to perfection. Thus, even if the heavenly Dao Jade fell into the hands of another, it would only allow them to be capable of becoming his equal. However, he still possessed such source powers of the heaven and earth like the Xianin source water and Nine Heavens flame, as well as an amazing technique like the indestructible Heaven's Scroll. Even if someone could cultivate to perfection, there was no need for him to be afraid either. Just take Luo Changfeng and Zai Bingyun for example. Hadn't they too cultivated each cultivation level to perfection? But so what? Wait, that's not right. If that was the case, then why had Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng come? They had both cultivated each cultivation level to perfection, and there was nothing that they had to make up for. Small Tower humphed and retorted, the heavenly Dao Jade has another use, and that is if you have cultivated all your cultivation levels to absolute perfection, then it can possibly grant you a sliver of a chance to attain a 5th severance. What? Ling Han was really shocked now. 5th severance, an achievement that even countless celestial kings could only admire. According to the large black dog, only if one had achieved the 5th severance would he be qualified to become a 9th heaven celestial king or a heavenly venerable tier. To be honest, though Ling Han had only achieved 2 severances, he felt that the difficulty level had soared innumerable times over with every strike he delivered, and 3rd severance had already pushed him to his limits. 4th severance was definitely his limit. No matter what, there was no way he could deliver the 5th strike. But now, the heavenly Dao Jade had a sliver of a chance of helping him deliver the 5th strike. This was astounding. 5th severance, to say nothing of surpassing all celestial kings, but there was definitely no problem of surpassing 99% of them. And going by that, the heavenly Dao Jade's value instantly soared countless times over. If it was not for the fact that this thing could only be refined in the severing mundane tier, it was guaranteed that every celestial king would definitely fight madly over it. Realization dawned on Ling Han. No wonder the descendants of 2 celestial king tier forces had appeared. If they had come for the sake of achieving the 5th severance, then it was understandable. Strange, why had those 2 celestial kings not taken it early on? He mused. The development of the heavenly Dao source rock requires very strict conditions. Since it is suited to the environment of this place, it naturally could not be taken from here. Otherwise, it would only be unfinished and not possess the slightest bit of value, Small Tower explained. Ling Han nodded. This was one of the reasons. Additionally, it was possible that the 2 great celestial kings had not wanted to spark a war with each other. In any case, it was something that would only be useful for their descendants, so they just let the descendants compete with one another for it. They should not always think of asking for the help of their elders. Can you sense the location of the heavenly Dao Jade? Ling Han asked, slightly expectant. Of course. Small Tower was very proud. Ling Han was immediately delighted. Previously, it was definitely Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng that had taken the lead. They knew what their goal was and where it was, but now, at least he would not be at a disadvantage. Then let's have a fair competition. Ling Han gripped the Empress's hand lightly and said, "Let's go." As they walked, he explained about the heavenly Dao Jade to the Empress, and then asked Small Tower, "How many people can refine the heavenly Dao Jade?" Small Tower pondered. That would have to depend on its size, but it is best not to exceed 2 people. Though Ling Han felt it was a bit of a pity, the heavenly Dao Jade was such a precious item, so it would be truly illogical if it could be refined by many people. Hopefully this precious jade was big enough so that both he and the Empress could make use of it. Lead the way, Ling Han said. It is contained on this mountain. Work hard on searching for it. If you obtain it, you are lucky, but if not, then it was meant to be, Small Tower said, putting on a pretense of mystery. Ling Han scoffed, "You probably don't know the exact location either, right? This little thing, if it did not know, it could have just said so. It still had to act so proudly. At present, I can only sense the existence of the heavenly Dao Jade. Only if I come close enough will I be able to confirm its exact location." This time, Small Tower did not become angered from being embarrassed. Ling Han nodded. Since that was the case, they would just have to set off to search for it. The 2 of them set out. Behind them, bewitching Maiden Ro hesitated slightly, but still followed them. And with her following them, Beiyu Xiong and the others immediately followed as well. Who asked the Empress to be so unapproachable, while the other beauty would always be smiling and lacked any airs? Luo Changfeng smirked coldly. These pieces of trash thought that they were worthy of competing with him over the heavenly Dao Jade? Just wait, he would first find the heavenly Dao Jade, then come back and take the beauty for himself. He was sure that his identity as the holy son of a celestial king tier sect would be enough to rob Ling Han of his wife. Zai Bingyun did not delay much longer either and set out on her own. She was the same as Luo Changfeng. They both clearly knew what they were looking for. Merely this fact was a boundless advantage over the others. Ling Han turned to look, and his expression involuntarily became strange. Had this bewitching Maiden Ro gotten addicted to tailing them? He shook his head. In any case, he hadn't found the location of the heavenly Dao Jade yet, so he did not mind bringing so many people running around all over the mountain and wilderness. This was a grassy mountain densely covered with trees. Furthermore, the majority of them were very normal, and they weren't especially tall. In fact, there were a few that were indescribably short. The forest was not very silent. Occasionally, some deer could be seen popping their heads out of the foliage in curiosity. Upon spotting Ling Han and the Empress, they would break into a run and gallop off. Rustle, rustle. The bushes ahead of them suddenly began to move. Ling Han held the Empress's slender hand, and the two of them stopped. The bushes moved and were presently coming closer to where they stood. What could it be? Wild beasts. Wah! The bushes separated and a person suddenly leaped out. Yet he was extremely short, only about just over a foot tall. This was a male but definitely no child because he had a beard and his face was indescribably aged. "Halt!" he shouted, and then another dwarf jumped out. "Halt! Halt! Halt!" One after another, a total of 7 dwarves leaped out. They each wielded a black staff that was only a foot long. In the hands of an ordinary person that would be a short rod, but in the hands of these 7 people, they were like walking canes that they had to hold with both hands, and they were all pointed at Ling Han and the Empress. Ling Han broke into a grin and said, "All right, I'll halt." "What next?" The 7 dwarves looked at one another and said, "Who are you people? Why have you come to this place? Could it be that they are the so-called giant race? Just look at them, they are all so tall, so ugly." A dwarf said. "They indeed look very ugly. They did not commit suicide even with how ugly they look. I really admire their courage. I never want to go to the outside world, all of them are hideous." These dwarves looked positively horrified. Chapter 1816. My hand shook. The Empress flew into a sudden fury. One of the things she could least tolerate was criticism of her appearance. Humph. She humphed, her domineering aura on at full blast. Have I gotten food poisoning? Why do I suddenly feel that this woman is good-looking? One of the dwarves suddenly exclaimed, and even blinked his eyes in disbelief. I seem to think that she is quite good-looking too. Gods, I must be cursed. The 7 dwarves all paled in shock. This woman was poisonous. She could actually make them think that she was good-looking. They had to be seeing things. Ling Han laughed involuntarily. The Empress's beauty was indeed irresistible. Even if these people had oddly bent aesthetic senses, she could forcefully bend them back the right way. He thought for a moment and then asked, "Who are you people? Can we go and pay your home a visit?" The 7 dwarves were still discussing the Empress spiritedly, casting looks at her repeatedly. The more they looked, the more they thought that the Empress was astonishingly beautiful. Then, when they turned back to look at their companions, they all gritted their teeth, wondering how their companions could look so hideous. "We are the warriors of the Garuru tribe," one of the dwarves declared, an indescribable pride clear in his expression. The heavenly Dao Jade was here, though its exact location was unknown, and there was a group of natives living here, so perhaps they had some clues leading to its location. Ling Han's divine sense swept over the group. Though these dwarves had some cultivation level, they were all only in the shattering void tier. Their strength couldn't be any lower. It could be that the cultivation system here had not taken form yet. Merely in terms of spiritual chi, it was actually not too weak. "If you want to be guests, that's fine, but don't even think of stealing our treasure," one of the dwarves said. "That's right, you giants are too bad. According to the records of our ancestors, you people have done many bad deeds." These dwarves all talked at once, talking about how greedy outsiders were, and how that never led to a good ending. The Empress was proud and impatiently demanded, "Lead the way quickly." With this rebuke, the 7 dwarves didn't have any temper and docilely led the way. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh internally and followed behind them with the Empress. Meanwhile, bewitching Maiden Row and the others were following even further behind. One group followed the other, and after walking for around an hour, a large plain appeared ahead of them. There was a village there, and light smoke could be seen gradually drifting upwards. This was the Garuru tribe. When they saw that the 7 dwarves had brought 2 giants back with them, a large number of dwarves suddenly surged out of the village, and all gathered around Ling Han and the Empress, bearing expressions of disgust. "So ugly. So these are the legendary giants. My eyes are about to go blind. I will definitely have no appetite for food today. Gods, how could there be such a hideous person?" These dwarves exclaimed in shock, completely unafraid of the powerful severing mundane tier-level strength of Ling Han and the Empress. They were a little silly. However, the Empress's beauty was irresistible to one and all. Not long after, they were all staring in a daze, and began to admire the Empress's exquisite beauty. Ling Han coughed and asked, "Can we walk around in this place?" "You can't, but she can." These dwarves all pointed at the Empress, completely prejudiced. The Empress was proud and walked around the village with Ling Han in tow. Then bewitching Maiden Ro and the others also appeared. They also had the same idea as Ling Han had. These natives possibly knew some clue about the great opportunity. They wanted to enter the village, but the Empress was the Empress and these people were only these people. "Giants, you people are forbidden from entering our sacred village." Immediately, over a dozen dwarves moved to block the way of bewitching Maiden Ro and the others, all raising their staffs to point at them. This seemed to be a kind of weapon. Previously they had seen the dwarves aiming them at Ling Han and the Empress, but it was unknown what its exact might was. Chen Zhao Tian showed an expression of disdain. These natives were only in the Shattering Void tier, so their overall level of cultivation was naturally pitifully low. Did he even have to take their opinion into consideration? He was the heir of a 3-star force. What place did not receive him with accolades and utmost courtesy? "You dare to stand in my way?" He strode forwards boldly and scoffed, "So what if I enter?" Z. One of the dwarves was too nervous and gripped the staff in his hand tightly. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out of the staff heading towards Chen Zhao Tian. Chen Zhao Tian was stunned. This attack was too fast, so fast that he could not avoid it. But after a moment of surprise he was completely calm again. That was because this was the attack that had been delivered by a Shattering Void tier, so even if it had been faster, so what? What could it do to him? What a joke. After advancing into the Severing Mundane tier, who did not have enough origin power to temper their physique. Even if they could not possibly temper their physique to the extent of pseudo-divine metal's hardness, it naturally was not a big deal for their physique to reach the level of level 20 godly metal. Then even if he just sat there and allowed these dwarves to attack him, so what? Pung! This light landed on Chen Zhao Tian's chest and then shot through. Because of the dwarf's height, this attack was slanted upwards. After the light penetrated Chen Zhao Tian's body, it shot skywards and did not shoot towards the others. Chen Zhao Tian turned around slowly, and they could see that his whole chest was gone, and slivers of black smoke were still emanating from it. His face was filled with complete confusion and disbelief. He stretched out a hand towards the others, but he had just raised his hand, and it was continuously turning into dust that fell from his arm. That was not the only thing. His whole body was being corroded, and the last was his face that turned into dust which was scattered by the winds. His whole person had turned into a pile of mud that suddenly shattered. He died. The heir of a 3-star force, a 3rd Severance Peak stage elite, and he had actually been killed so casually by a Shattering Void tier who was wielding a staff. Both his form and spirit had been obliterated. Even if a celestial king was here, he could not possibly be revived. That was too inconceivable. Bewitching Maiden Ro and the others involuntarily took a step back, and their expressions changed. Next, they retreated further, feeling a numbing shiver come over their whole bodies. It should be known that the staffs of these dwarves were still aimed at them. Though Ling Han did not turn around with how his divine sense enshrouded the area, he had naturally seen clearly what had happened, and his expression similarly changed. If this kind of light landed on him, would he be able to survive? Ling Han had zero confidence. This light was definitely not a power-based attack, but had rather reached inconceivable heights in terms of regulations. Thus, when the blow rushed through him, Chen Zhao Tian died without any resistance. This is a portion of the power from the wood source power. Small Tower's voice rang out. You don't have to worry. You yourself possess 2 source powers, so this kind of attack cannot possibly kill you. The Heavenly Dao Jade is definitely in the vicinity. These weapons have gained destructive power through the Heavenly Dao Jade. Ling Han couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and asked, "Didn't you say that you would be able to accurately confirm its location once we're close to the Heavenly Dao Jade?" "Did I specify exactly how close we had to get?" Small Tower said very irresponsibly. "Fuck, could it be that you can only locate the Heavenly Dao Jade once you see it? Then I would be able to do that too." Ling Han was speechless. At first, Small Tower was only at Sundra, but why did it seem like it was developing a tendency of screwing others over? "Rue 17, you killed someone," the dwarves all exclaimed. "I killed someone?" The dwarf who had unleashed the attack also looked like he was about to cry. "I didn't do it on purpose. I was just so nervous that my hand shook." When everyone saw this, they grimaced and felt that Chen Zhao Tian had really died too tragically. A king tier, and he had actually died because an extreme weakling's hand had shaken. This was practically the biggest joke ever. Chapter 1817, Contesting for the Powerful Weapon. A group of dwarves were chattering excitedly there. Though they spoke very fiercely, they should not have killed anyone before, and now all of them were making a big fuss over it, as if the skies had collapsed and the earth had cracked open. And bewitching Maiden Row and the others all had strange expressions, and they really could not accept this. A mere shattering void tier had killed a king tier of severing mundane tier. What kind of absurd matter was this? Everyone's eyes were set on the staffs that these dwarves were holding. It was because this thing had shown its power and Chen Zhao Tian had been insta-killed with a single strike. What kind of treasure was this that could actually allow one to breach innumerable cultivation levels and succeed in making an ultimate kill? If this kind of thing could be used on a large scale, then the strength of a force would undergo an absolute revolution. Even if the power of this thing was only limited to dividing soul tier, when several hundred or several thousand attacked all at once, then even dividing soul tier grade elites would have a slight headache, right? Then what if there were tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands? It was possible that even an immortal palace tier elite would have to make a strategic withdrawal. With such thoughts, the eyes of bewitching Maiden Row and the others shone brightly. Furthermore, more importantly, as long as they could take hold of a single staff, that meant that they would be invincible in this mystery realm. All of them were severing mundane tiers, but this thing could kill a third severance as easily as killing a chicken. It would probably succeed easily against a fourth severance. If that was the case, who would be able to match them any longer? What Luo Changfeng and Zai Bingyun? In front of them everyone would be trash. Furthermore, you didn't have a staff weapon, yet I did. That meant I had the absolute upper hand. How frightening would that intimidation tactic be? In the hands of these dwarves, this staff weapon did not pose much of a threat. That was because though the beam of light that was shot out was so fast that it could not be dodged, a process of firing still had to take place. The instant that the trigger was pulled, with the speed of bewitching Maiden Row and the others, they were completely capable of dodging. Previously, Chen Zhao Tian had been hit only because he had been too careless, but who would believe that shattering void tier would actually be capable of threatening a severing mundane tier? But if this staff weapon had fallen into the hands of a severing mundane tier, then its threat level would undoubtedly increase millions and millions of times over. That was because even the process of firing would be practically negligible, and the difference between life and death would be decided in an instant. Everyone had a grim expression. If any one of them could snatch one of these staff weapons, that was equivalent to gaining possession of the ability to decide the life or death of others. In fact, they could kill anyone in a single instant. These people all showed their killing intent, and set their eyes on those dwarves that were still feeling conflicted over having killed one of the giants by accident. In the eyes of these heirs, holy sons, and holy daughters of great sects and noble clans, there was no need to take the deaths of 1,000 or even 10,000 of these mere natives to heart. Xiao Beiyu Xiong was the first to make his move. He was a 4th Severance Peak Stage King tier, and was sure that he could kill these dwarves in an instant. He would not give them the slightest chance of resistance. Boom. He shot out a punch and a frightening force surged out. The regulations of the Great Dao turned into a powerful storm that blasted out towards those dwarves. With his strength, this would be an insta-kill. In fact, these dwarves didn't even have the time to sense the approach of death. Pum. A loud bang rang out, and a powerful force suddenly split the air apart. Ling Han appeared in front of these dwarves. One hand was put up in an attacking position. It was him that had sliced apart Beiyu Xiong's fatal attack, and saved the lives of these dwarves. Merely in terms of battle prowess, Ling Han was still far from being a match for Beiyu Xiong. His figure was forcefully blasted back and all the bones in his body cracked loudly. Even so, the dwarves were still blown head over heels by the aftermath. Some were even seriously injured and throwing up blood madly. In front of a 4th Severance King tier, they were really much too weak. The giants turned bad. Attack. The dwarves had all lost their heads in fear. They all raised the staffs in their hands. All of a sudden, multiple beams of light shot out, filling the skies with their brilliance. Since they already knew how frightening this object could be, bewitching Maiden Row and the others were naturally long since prepared. They had long since used their movement techniques, and already dodged away before these beams of light had been shot out. By the time the beams of light were shot out, even they could not possibly dodge successfully. Thankfully, the dwarves still knew how to distinguish friend from foe, and did not attack Ling Han and the Empress. Ling Han, you are actually assisting another race, humph. Beiyu Xiong declared coldly. At first, he could have insta-killed these natives with a single strike. What need would he have to dodge here and there like what he was doing now? Ling Han stood with his hands clasped behind his back and calmly said, I have no objection to contesting over treasures, but if it's something like killing the innocents, I cannot bring myself to do it, nor can I approve of it. Beiyu Xiong's expression was livid. Even Lin Fang and the others looked unconcerned. In their eyes, what were mere shattering void tears worth? They were so weak that they could not even be considered human. For a powerful weapon like the staff weapon, even if they had to slaughter an entire city, they would not have the slightest hesitation at all. This rule in this world was that the weak would be prey to the strong. Ling Han, with your kind of Dao Heart, are you still qualified to pursue the pinnacle of cultivation? What a joke. Beiyu Xiong said in disdain, while his figure was flashing continuously. The attacks of the dwarves surged forwards like floodwaters and now the lights blazed. There was absolutely no way that they could come any closer. They were completely flying around randomly. Anyone who dared come close would definitely have as many holes as a beehive. Ling Han remained unmoved. These people had not managed to advance by striking the heaven and earth, so could it be that what they severed was their own conscience? As humans, we needed to have a bottom line. If there was no bottom line, humans could not be called humans, but could only be considered monsters. It was no wonder that one had to strike the heaven and earth to become a celestial king. Without that kind of presence, how could they be qualified to become the strongest in the world? Let's join forces and see how he can save them all, Beiyu Xiong said to the others. Ting Xin, Lin Fang and the others all nodded. Even if not for the sake of the great opportunity, and only for the sake of those staff weapons, they would have to move too. If they obtained one, then they would be able to gain a complete advantage in the hidden dragon mystery realm. At least there was no need for them to fear anyone. Ling Han frowned. He was only one person, but there was no shortage of 4th Severance Peak stage elites among Beiyu Xiong and the others. He himself had a strong physique and needed not be afraid, but if any of these dwarves was just scraped by the strong winds, they would definitely be beheaded or lose a limb. Moreover, the Empress was presently unable to match a 4th Severance. What more king tiers at 4th Severance Peak stage? What to do now? The members of the Garuru tribe, all of you enter into my spatial god tool. Ling Han said. To hide the existence of the Black Tower, he had long since prepared a spatial god tool, and immediately threw that out. The dwarves were a little bewildered. What the heck was a spatial god tool? There was actually no cultivation system at all in this place. By birth they were already in the Shattering Void tier, and when they died they would still be in the Shattering Void tier. They only knew how to use their staff weapons. Soft-hearted fool. Lin Fang and Ting Xin both made their moves. There were a total of 14 of them. Excluding Ling Han and the Empress as well as Luo Changfeng and Zai Bingyun who had set off on their own and Chen Zhao Tian who had died, only 9 remained. Now, aside from bewitching Maiden Ro, the others all showed twisted expressions as they unleashed their attacks respectively. With a powerful weapon like the staff weapon, even Ling Han's strong physique would not hold up to a single blow. Would you be able to stand up against the power of regulation of dividing soul tier? Bewitching Maiden Ro had a moment of conflict and finally made her move. However, the target of her attack was not Ling Han and the Empress or the dwarves, but rather Beiyu Xiong and his group. Though she was a great bewitching maiden, a great demoness, she had her own bottom line. Chapter 1818. A myriad changes in an instant. Ling Han and his group of 3 were battling Beiyu Xiong's group of 8. This was an unfair battle. Even if Ling Han's physique was strong and he could be considered an immortal monster in the Severing Mundane tier, his battle prowess was a clear shortcoming. How could he possibly match 4th Severance Peak stage king tiers? If there was only one such opponent, he could drag out the battle and kill the other through exhaustion with all his techniques, but now the other side had no intention of fighting with him, and only wanted to get him out of the way so they could make a move on the dwarves. Ling Han could think of nothing to do about that. The Empress was also limited by her cultivation level, and could only just barely block one of their opponents. Thankfully, bewitching Maiden Ro was strong enough. She was a 4th Severance in the first place, and after she had advanced she had already reached the 4th Severance Peak stage, so she was no weaker than any king tier here. Added with her 9 revolutions charm physique and the cultivation technique of purity sect, she could hold back 2/4 Severance King tiers. But even so, there were too many enemies, and which one of them did not have the talent of a king tier? They had absolutely no intention to win the battle with Ling Han and his group. Instead, their focus was on killing those dwarves. As long as they killed them and took possession of those staff weapons, all their problems would be solved. Giants, I'll give you my sacred weapon. One of the dwarves threw out the staff in his hands towards Ling Han. He was clearly a smart man and made a decision that could turn the situation around. Ha, thanks a lot, a holy son said with a laugh. One of his hands held a rock, while the other hand was pointing at that staff that had been thrown out, and he softly exclaimed, "Exchange." Ling Han stretched out a hand to grab it, but space suddenly warped, and that flying staff weapon actually turned into a rock. He quickly turned to look at that holy son, and the latter's hand was holding that staff weapon. Regulations of space. He had never thought that there was another person that had grasped regulations of space here, and that person had previously not shown any signs of it. All of them thought that he was specialized in regulations of fire. This holy son's name was Tan Wei, and his cultivation level was 3rd Severance Peak stage. Die. Tan Wei turned the staff weapon and aimed at Ling Han. Then he pressed the staff weapon to shoot out the light of death just like the dwarves did to kill Ling Han. Banish. Ling Han lowered a hand. Xiao Tan Wei's entire person immediately disappeared without a trace, and he charged out using lightning flash. When his figure stopped, Tan Wei just happened to emerge out of the separate dimension. Tan Wei was a little dazed. He had not thought that Ling Han had actually grasped regulations of space too. Without even turning his head, he kicked his foot back. With how sensitive his divine sense was, he naturally could distinguish that Ling Han was presently standing behind him. Ling Han shot out a punch aimed at the back of Tan Wei's head. If this punch landed solidly, it was guaranteed that the latter would be absolutely dead. Don't even think about it. Lin Fang charged over. With a wave of her right hand, she shot out a black whip that wrapped towards Ling Han's right hand. This speed was extraordinarily fast. Before Ling Han's fist had landed, it had already wrapped around his hand. The whip was tightly pulled straight, but Ling Han's punch still did not manage to hit. It was only half an inch away from the back of Tan Wei's head. The strong winds it created had even blown Tan Wei's hair into a mess, and his locks danced wildly. Just at this moment, Tan Wei's foot had also arrived, aiming directly at Ling Han's lower abdomen. This kick was very fierce. It was clear that he was intending to cripple Ling Han's dantian. The moment the dantian was destroyed, Ling Han could only choose to give up this physical body. At the same time, Tan Wei was also turning his upper body, and the most powerful weapon naturally was still the staff weapon he was holding. This was the super weapon that could instantly decide the battle. Ling Han humphed and drew the divine demon sword, slicing out towards the long whip. Wishful thinking. Lin Fang smirked coldly. This whip was produced from 2-star pseudo-divine metal being ripped into shreds and woven together with the tendons of an immortal beast. Its toughness had reached a chilling level, and it could be considered an ultimate treasure even among 2-star pseudo-celestial tools. And you actually want to slice it apart? You must be dreaming. Shua, the sword light flashed and the divine demon sword reached the whip. Suddenly, a series of blinding sparks exploded. True enough, even the divine demon sword was unable to slice the whip apart, but Ling Han had already activated the divine demon sword, which was beginning to swallow the pseudo-divine metal inside the whip. In essence, even level 10 pseudo-divine metal was actually only level 20 godly metal. It was just that the latter had more layers. Since that was the case, what couldn't the divine demon sword swallow? Even 1/10 of a heartbeat had not passed, and this segment of pseudo-divine metal of the whip had already been swallowed and corroded. Then Ling Han suddenly used the 9 heavens flame. Boom, the immortal flames blazed, and the immortal beast's tendons immediately turned soft. Then the divine demon sword's sharpness took effect, slicing the whip in two. This seemed like a long process but only took the time for 1/10 of a heartbeat. Ling Han's sword swept past and the whip was sliced through. He regained his freedom and with a sway of his figure just managed to dodge this blow from Tan Wei. However, the staff weapon had still fallen into the hands of Beiyu Xiong and his group in the end. Xiao. Beiyu Xiong and the others all leaped over, surrounding Tan Wei defensively, and in the only remaining opening, Tan Wei raised the staff weapon, aiming directly at Ling Han. Ha 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 ha. These 8 people were all laughing. In future, it was possible for life and death fights to erupt among them, but at this moment, they were united against the enemy. Both the Empress and bewitching Maiden Ro were charming and enchanting, and they could not bring themselves to kill them. Moreover, the two women were not as troublesome as Ling Han. That physique of his practically granted him immortality. Ling Han sighed. After all, there was still a gap of 2 minor levels between them, and added with their disadvantage in numbers, in the end he was still unable to pull strongly against the tide. Do you feel regret now? Beiyu Xiong smirked coldly. You insist on being so hypocritical. Just who do you think you are? A king that is the savior of all life on earth? Ling Han smiled calmly and said, whatever I do, I never regret. Then just die. Tan Wei howled. Previously, he had almost been killed by a single punch from Ling Han. To him, this was an excruciating humiliation. As the holy son of a powerful 3-star sect, when had he ever experienced such shame? Everyone, what need is there for violence? Bewitching Maiden Ro bore an enchanting smile. At this moment she had to use her charm techniques. With her active use of it, she had turned into an exquisite demoness, causing any man to burn just upon seeing her. Immediately their bones would soften, and their willpower would drop to rock bottom, willing to submit to her every move and smile. Even if Beiyu Xiong and the others were king tiers, so what? In this moment their hearts still throbbed madly. They didn't even remember who they were. Die. Lin Fang smirked coldly. She had long since harbored enmity toward the Empress and bewitching Maiden Ro, and now was her best chance. She snatched Tan Wei's staff weapon in a single move, and aimed directly at bewitching Maiden Ro. Under normal conditions, Tan Wei would definitely not have allowed her to succeed so easily. However, Hu asked him to presently be completely enraptured. His reflexes had directly slowed tens of thousands of times over. Realization only dawned on him after Lin Fang had successfully grabbed the staff weapon. Bewitching Maiden Ro immediately paled. Who amongst them had not witnessed the terrifying destructive power of this staff weapon? Killing a 3rd Severance peak stage king tier was like harvesting grass. Though she was a 4th Severance, the results probably wouldn't be that much better. No. Beiyu Xiong and the others also reacted and hurriedly called out. How could such an exquisite, seductive beauty be allowed to be killed? Lin Fang showed a twisted grin. She admired bewitching Maiden Ro's pretty face that had turned pale and the horror in her eyes. Then without hesitation she pressed the staff weapon. A beam of light shot out. A figure flashed and stood in front of bewitching Maiden Ro in the instant Lin Fang pulled the trigger. Chapter 1819. Killed by a trap. This was none other than Ling Han. The beam of light had entered completely into his body, but no one noticed that it had not shot out of Ling Han's body. What everyone had seen was that he had stepped out and taken a strike for bewitching Maiden Ro. And now, his body was bent over, his hands gripping his lower abdomen, and his expression extremely agonized. Ha 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 ha. Beiyu Xiong and his group roared with laughter after a moment's pause. Didn't die, the bewitching Maiden Ro did not die, and that was good enough. I didn't think that you are also a romantic fool. Too bad, your life will also end with this. Ting Xin said. He should have died long ago. Beiyu Xiong smirked coldly, his gaze flickering slightly. He had an idea. He wanted to snatch Ling Han's corpse, and he could claim credit from Zai Bingyun in future with that in his possession. Though this staff weapon possessed obliterating destructive power that could even possibly kill dividing soul tier elites, who would believe that this could match a celestial king? Thus, he still wanted to enter under the banner of a celestial king tier sect, and if that happened he would naturally flourish. Give me back my precious weapon. Tan Wei finally realized what had happened, and stretched out a hand to grab the staff weapon, but how could Lin Fang possibly hand it over to him? Her palm descended in a palm strike, and he was thrown back forcefully by her cultivation level of 4th Severance. Meanwhile, bewitching Maiden Ro's small mouth was gaping open as she looked dumbly at the man that was standing in front of her. He had his back towards her and she couldn't see his face, yet he had still decisively used his body to protect her. She had been flattered by who knew how many men with how long she had been alive, and which one of them had not made solemn vows that they were willing to sacrifice their lives for her, but when she had really been in desperate straits, which one of them had stepped out to protect her? Only Ling Han. A man who had never fawned on or complimented her, but had used his mountain-like body to protect her. In this instant, bewitching Maiden Ro's heart practically melted. She felt her vision blur and tears streamed unwillingly from her eyes. Had she fallen in love with Ling Han? Perhaps not yet, but it could not be denied that she had really been touched to the extreme at this moment. You are a member of our Ling clan, so husband would definitely protect you. Behind her, the Empress's voice rang out. Bewitching Maiden Ro turned her head, and saw that the Empress was all smiles. She did not have the slightest bit of grief in her expression. You are a bit too cold-hearted, aren't you? Your man has already been killed and you are actually still smiling? What kind of wife are you? Beiyu Xiong showed an expression of malice. He pounced out, leaping out towards Ling Han. He had made his decision. He was going to take Ling Han's corpse. Damn it. Bewitching Maiden Ro rebuked harshly, and was just about to launch an attack at Beiyu Xiong, yet was restrained by the Empress. Initially, it was the former that was stronger, but when the Empress's stern eyes passed over her, it intimidated her spirit, and she involuntarily stopped. Beiyu Xiong saw this, and his lips quirked up involuntarily in a grin. In his eyes, the Empress had clearly given up on Ling Han. Exactly what was there to miss about a dead man? With such a practical nature, it should not be too difficult for him to take her into his harem. He pounced over and stretched out a hand to grab Ling Han. But just at this moment, an incredibly panicked expression appeared on his face. That was because he saw that Ling Han had smiled at him. He had to be seeing things. Beiyu Xiong immediately realized something was off, but it was already too late. Pooh! A fist penetrated his chest, and an indescribable coldness invaded his divine sense instantly, such that he could not come up with any other thought. Then, the fire of his spirit had also been frozen and eternally extinguished. A great fourth Severance Peak stage king tier had actually been insta-killed with a single blow. How could this be? He looked at Ling Han's face and stretched out a hand as if he wanted to grab Ling Han and get to the bottom of this matter. Ling Han did not move, but Beiyu Xiong's hand could not touch him at all. It had already dropped down weakly. Only then did he grit his teeth, and with one hand gripping onto his lower abdomen he said, "Wife, don't speak nonsense. It damn hurts." There were 2 source powers inside his body, and no regulations could possibly overwhelm him with a superior level, so they naturally couldn't kill him. However, that death light was a manifestation of source power after all, so it still caused him much pain, and he couldn't get his breath back even after so long. There was no sound in the surroundings at all. Everyone had turned into stone. Monster. You are definitely AF *** King Monster. Didn't you see that Chen Zhao Tian had been turned into a pile of dirt just from being hit once, and you actually just feel a little pain? Furthermore, you took advantage of the opening to lay a trap for Beiyu Xiong, and killed this 4th Severance King tier. Actually, it was Beiyu Xiong himself who was to blame. Why did you go and try to snatch his corpse, for? Fine then, now it was you that had been turned into a corpse. The Empress suddenly showed an expression of heartache, and hurriedly supported Ling Han. Thankfully, Ling Han managed to channel the 9 heavens flame and Shenin source water in time, so this blow didn't even manage to penetrate his clothes at all. You scared me. She slapped Ling Han's shoulder lightly. Ling Han chuckled and grabbed the Empress's hand. Seeing them so expectant, I had to reluctantly accommodate them in the act. After all, they already had their expressions long prepared, so I had to give them some face at least. Fuck, so apparently you were just playing us like fools? Everyone's face was black. The worst off was naturally Beiyu Xiong, who had directly been killed by Ling Han's trap. Otherwise, with his strength as a 4th Severance Peak stage king tier, how could he have possibly died in Ling Han's hands? Worst come to worst, he could have run. With a gap of 2 minor levels, wouldn't it be a simple thing for him to have run? But why was Ling Han capable of sustaining a strike from the staff weapon and surviving? Not only had he not died, he wasn't even the slightest bit wounded. It was as if that actually wasn't the light of death at all, but a genuine shattering void tier level attack. He had just been completely playing around. How could you be all right? Tanwei asked dumbly. This was really too much of a shock to him. Ling Han shrugged and asked, you want to know? Come then, 10,000 caddies of top-grade Saint metal in exchange for a single question. Everyone can line up. That's not right. I can kill all of you, so all of that would be mine, wouldn't it? Why should I do more than is required? These people had previously wanted to kill him so they could claim credit from Zai Bingyun. They had just been intimidated by his powerful strength and tough physique later on, and had thus reined in their horses in the nick of time, but now they were restless again, so why should he still have to be polite with them? Bad giants attack. At this moment, the dwarves had also come back to their senses. As they clamored, their attacks were launched again. Lin Feng and the others hurriedly dodged, but they too possessed a staff weapon, and immediately proceeded to counterattack. It landed on one of the dwarves. The speed was really too fast. Even Ling Han didn't know whom they were aiming at, so it was not possible for him to block the attack. I've been hit, that dwarf yowled, but he actually didn't turn into dirt either and was merely yowling out endlessly. This was also a monster. Lin Feng and the others were all king tiers of the present generation, prodigies of prodigies, so realization immediately dawned on them. These dwarves were naturally resistant to this light of death. It could wound them, but if they wanted to use this to kill them, it would be difficult. The battle royale had begun, incredibly intense. Ling Han, bewitching Maiden Ro, and the Empress also took a staff weapon each, and launched an offensive against Lin Feng and her group. It was absolute chaos. They similarly only needed to pull the trigger to launch an attack, but how could the speed of Ling Han and his group be anything that could be matched by those dwarves? Chapter 1820. The Treasure Mountain opens its doors. Retreat! 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 Lin Feng and the others all yelled. With the aid of the staff weapon, Ling Han and his group were too frightening. They could not be matched at all. This was what the saying, "the few are no match for the many," meant. They only had a single staff weapon, and their disadvantage in numbers was too great. Furthermore, Ling Han and those dwarves had a strong immunity to the light of death, so how were they supposed to play this? In the end, only 3 managed to retreat successfully, and they were Lin Feng, Teng Sen and Wei Nian. The others had all been killed by the light of death and turned into dirt. We won. The dwarves raised their hands and cheered. Let's drink. Lay out a feast. Celebrate. These dwarves had no awareness of suffering at all, and did not worry in the slightest that Lin Feng and the others would make a comeback. Neither did they realize that the gap between the cultivation level of both sides was like the gap between heaven and earth. If they had not had the help of Ling Han and his group, they would definitely have been completely eliminated in an instant. Even if they had the staff weapons, it would be no use. Ling Han and his group were also treated to warm hospitality from the dwarves. Bewitching Maiden Ro was a little displeased. She was touched by Ling Han's action of sacrificing himself to protect her, but the latter was not even the slightest bit wounded, which made her feel like she had been deceived. You didn't move for such a long period of time. Were you deliberately cheating me out of my sympathy and tears? However, it could not be denied. Ling Han had indeed saved her life, and this was a favor that she would have to recognize. Want to repay the favor? The Empress raised the bewitching Maiden Ro's delicate chin. Then serve my husband in bed tonight. Bewitching Maiden Ro blushed furiously. You are really too unreserved, aren't you? But what might be a perverted line from the mouths of others seemed like a golden rule when it was spoken by the Empress's mouth. It was filled with dignity and made others feel like their own wish was to obey strictly. This was the enchantment of the Empress. Ling Han shook his head and forced a laugh. Why was the Empress constantly thinking of getting hold of the 9 Revolutions charm physique? Could it be that he would not be able to ascend to the summit if he did not have the aid of the 9 Revolutions charm physique? However, something that the Empress had set her mind on was clearly nothing he could stop. Thus, Ling Han couldn't even bother himself to advise her otherwise, and merely directed questions at the dwarves. These dwarves did not have any consciousness of guarding against others by nature, and furthermore because they had fought with Ling Han on the same side, they were filled with trust towards him. If they knew the answer, they would reply to all questions he asked. They called the staff weapons they had in their hands sacred weapons, which they had obtained from a mountain cavern, and what caused Ling Han incredible surprise was the fact that these dwarves were actually not born through the normal method, but had originated from that mountain cave themselves. Every 100 years they would enter into the mountain cave, and carry out a few dwarves that had just been born. Then they would bury those dwarves that had died of old age inside that mountain cave. Ling Han came up with a guess. Actually, these dwarves were manifestations of the source power of earth. The heavenly Dao Jade was a source power of the heaven and earth, so what kind of valuable existence was it? And earth was the mother of all life, so what would be so strange about it having birthed such earth spirits? The proof was the fact that they had all been born in the cave, as well as being completely fine even after being hit with the light of death from their staff weapons. They were one and the same in the first place, and had both originated from a certain power of the heavenly Dao Jade. Ling Han proposed a request to go to the mountain cave, which met with the objections of a part of the Garuru tribe, but there were also a few dwarves that expressed agreement. Ling Han had provided them extremely great help, so how could they refuse the request of their benefactor? In the end, these dwarves said they needed to have a discussion, ask the tribe elders to make a divination, ask the spirits of their ancestors and so on. Only then would they be able to give Ling Han a reply. Ling Han did not rush them. Though these dwarves didn't have a very high cultivation level, they had possession of various techniques, and could not be underestimated. Who knew that mountain cave might contain a powerful weapon, right? He, the Empress and bewitching maiden Ro thus settled down, and waited for the result of the discussions of the dwarves. Ling Han and the Empress entered into the Black Tower. They had already reached the second Severance peak stage. They only had to push aside the barrier of their cultivation level, and would be able to deliver the third Severance, and their battle prowess would naturally soar innumerable times. They only had to advance into the third Severance, and they would not have to be wary of anyone else within this mystery realm. Under normal conditions this was impossible. It would have to take at least tens of thousands of years of accumulation at least. If your comprehension ability was poor, then it would be hundreds of thousands or millions and millions of years, and you still might not be able to break through. But Ling Han had the reincarnation tree, and more importantly, after the reincarnation tree had been reborn, its effects had also been improved a good few times. Coincidentally, Ling Han had also just gotten hold of a few fruits. The reincarnation tree bore fruit very rarely, but as the source of all plants, the fruits that it bore had to be at the celestial medicines level. Even if this present reincarnation tree had been grown from accelerated growth, so the effects of its fruits were not as expected, they were still celestial treasures. Ling Han and the Empress divided 4 celestial fruits between the two of them. Then they comprehended Dao underneath the reincarnation tree. They hoped to complete the breakthrough in the shortest time possible. 7 days later, Ling Han and the Empress exited seclusion. Though neither of them had made a breakthrough, both of them had gained an extremely great certainty. They only had to enter into seclusion once more, and they were 90% certain that they could deliver the third Severance. Unfortunately, the celestial medicines had been expended. After all, they couldn't consume the 7 lives divine clouds too, right? That mutated celestial medicine. Ling Han recalled that celestial medicine that had taken the form of a rabbit with the head of a wolf. If that could be refined, then he and the Empress should be able to advance into the third Severance. The discussions of the Garuru tribe had also come to an end. They agreed to let Ling Han and his group into the mountain caves, but there was a prerequisite condition. They had to harvest a mountain treasure as sacrifice. In these mountains, there were some rocks that had gained consciousness and become mountain spirits, and they were called mountain treasures. In the eyes of the Garuru tribe, mountain treasures were the best sacrificial item. Furthermore, aside from the specific time every century, even dwarves were not able to enter into the caves. They could only do so by using a mountain treasure, which meant that the dwarves did not mean to cause trouble for Ling Han and his group at all. Ling Han and his group definitely would not be able to wait as long as 100 years. After more than 9 years, the restrictive power of the volcano would vanish, and this place would turn back into a zone of violence, and only the living creatures native to this place would be able to survive. Thus, Ling Han and the Empress immediately set out, and bewitching maiden Ro also chose to follow them. What reason was there for her to stay behind in the village? Let's make things clear. Saving you is one thing, traveling together is also one thing, but don't even think that we are going to divide our treasures with you, Ling Han stated solemnly. Bewitching maiden Ro couldn't help but grit her teeth. The treasure hasn't even appeared yet, and you are already drawing a clear dividing line between us. Damn man, why had he saved her previously? She was very defiant. With her charm, any man should be running around her in circles and agree to whatever she said. Even if she made any excessive request, she merely needed to smile and make an appeal in a soft tone, and there logically should be nothing that they could deny her. Why had she encountered this kind of guy? Bewitching maiden Ro looked towards the Empress. It had to be admitted that if any man possessed this kind of exquisite celestial maiden, he would definitely develop an immunity towards other women. Even a great bewitching maiden like herself was no exception. But she was still unreconciled. There was no man that the purity sect could not conquer. If she did not turn this man into her willing subject, she was afraid that this would become a lingering shadow in her heart, and she would not have any hopes of breaking through to the dividing soul tier ever in this lifetime. Damn man, then let's come and have a battle. I don't believe that I will not be able to make you submit. Chapter 1821, Search. Ling Han and his group began searching in the mountains. As for the tribe of dwarves, Ling Han had already advised them to be careful. With the help of the staff weapons, they should not encounter too much trouble. The three of them listened to the description of the Gururu tribe. The mountain treasure was buried underground, and some were even as deep as tens of meters deep. Aside from hunting, the daily lives of these dwarves also included excavating mountain treasures, though their gains were very, very limited. Furthermore, these dwarves were really too sincere and honest. Whenever they dug out a mountain treasure, they would anxiously rush to offer it as a sacrifice, and had no concept of savings. In general, mountain treasures were very easily recognizable. They would by themselves emit light that was milky white in color, and there seemed to be some kind of transparent liquid flowing in them as well. Previously, there had been an outrageously bold member of the Gururu tribe who had opened the mountain treasure and drunk this liquid, and he had died directly. From then onwards, no other member of the Gururu tribe dared to joke around with the mountain treasure, and they thought that this was a punishment from the gods. With the ability of Ling Han and his group, they could very easily topple mountains and overturn seas, but this mountain was different. It was too firm. Ling Han attempted to blast open the mountain rocks, yet that did not have any good result at all. Thus, he could only slowly dig like any other ordinary person. The inefficiency of this was astonishing. It could be claimed that it was completely up to luck. There was nothing to be done. The three of them tried their best, searching around for the mountain treasure. Bewitching Maiden Ro had even said in a moment of anger that if she was the one to discover the mountain treasure, she would definitely not bring Ling Han with her into the mountain cave. Ling Han's only response was, "Heh. Small Tower, can you guess what that mountain treasure is?" Ling Han asked. Since he had something that could help him cheat, why should he not use it? Small Tower pondered for a while and then said, "That could possibly be the cave spirit treasure Jade, something formed from a sliver of the essence of the heavenly Dao source rock being nurtured. That is why it can help to open up the cave that contains the heavenly Dao Jade." "Are you sure that that mountain cave contains the heavenly Dao Jade?" 99% sure. Small Tower nodded. Since the heavenly Dao Jade is formed, only a celestial king technique can resist it. What you have to be careful of are that brat and girl from those two celestial king tier forces. The others could not possibly retrieve it. "Can you find the mountain treasure?" Ling Han asked again. "If I'm close enough I can sense it," Small Tower said. "How close?" "Maybe within 3 meters. The scope was really too small. However, compared with having to overturn the entire mountain, the advantage of having to dig 3 meters deep was overwhelming. Ling Han nodded and used his movement technique, beginning to circle around in the mountains. If the mountain treasure was within the scope of less than 3 meters under the surface, then Small Tower would be able to sense it. Compared to digging, circling around the mountain was innumerable times easier. Unfortunately, after he had done a full circle, Small Tower did not have any reaction. Ling Han was exasperated and could only play the role of miner, beginning to clear the area. It seemed to be all rocks here and there was a pitifully small amount of sand. Furthermore, the rocks were extraordinarily hard, and he had to refine them with the power of regulation, so the slowness of his progress could be imagined. Thankfully, Ling Han and his group had borrowed the staff weapons, which could save them a considerable amount of energy. But even so, it was still exceedingly slow. And with such work, more than 5 months had passed. The 3 young king tiers had eventually laid down their pride, and earnestly did the heavy manual labor. "Brat had left," Small Tower suddenly said. Ling Han faltered for a moment, and then showed an expression of delighted surprise. "You found something?" Small Tower was impatient and demanded, "I told you to head left, so just do it. Why do you have so much nonsense to spout? Would it die if it was not Sundra?" Ling Han still began digging leftwards, but he had just begun when Small Tower said, "You've gone too far, head right a bit." After a few attempts, Small Tower finally stopped making any noise, and allowed Ling Han to advance forwards. Now slower. After advancing slightly more than 1.5 meters, Small Tower spoke up again. Ling Han slowed his movements as asked. The staff weapon could possibly damage the cave spirit treasured Jade, so he decisively gave up the staff weapon, and only used his bare hands beginning to dig at the rocks. His hands were wrapped in regulations and were like iron spades. Though they were not as indestructible as the staff weapon, the advantage was that he had full control over the power. If a jade suddenly emerged from a rock, he would not damage it. In only a while Ling Han saw something bright. He had discovered a beautiful jade. It was indeed as what the dwarves had said. This rock was completely milky white and seemed slightly transparent. One could vaguely see liquid flowing inside it as if it had a life of its own. This is indeed a cave spirit treasured jade, Small Tower said. Is this a treasure? Ling Han asked. Of course, it is formed from having absorbed a sliver of the source power of Earth, and even an ascending origin tier would be tempted by it. Ling Han suddenly understood. That dwarf had died after he had consumed the marrow fluid not because the treasure fluid was poisonous, but because its medicinal effects were too strong, and he had directly died from being overnourished. Those dwarves were only in the shattering void tier. Though they had an unclear relationship with the heavenly Dao Jade, they could not possibly ignore the restrictions of their cultivation level entirely. After all, this was being directed consumed into the body, and having the light of death land on your body was completely incomparable. Too bad this thing had to be used to open the caves. Otherwise he could save it for his own use. As the saying went, one could not get a greater profit without making some sacrifices. Using this to trade for the heavenly Dao Jade, and advancing into the fifth Severance. This significance surpassed all else. Ling Han carefully dug out this cave spirit treasured jade, and it felt warm in his hand, and there was even a slight wriggly feeling. Put down the mountain treasure. An icy voice rang out. Though it was very melodious, it was filled with killing intent. A person was standing behind Ling Han, and even with how sensitive Ling Han's divine sense was, he actually did not discover how she had approached him. The strength of her abilities and excellence of her techniques were truly shocking. Zai Bingyun, the heir of a celestial king tier clan. It was no wonder she had such techniques. Ling Han slowly turned around and faced Zai Bingyun directly. She had a staff in her hand and the staff's tip was aimed at him. It was the weapon of the Gururu tribe. Clearly she had also found out how this powerful weapon could be used. A sliver of a cold smirk turned up the corners of her lips, as if she was mocking him. Being threatened by such a powerful weapon, Ling Han could only submit. Why did she not make a move? That was because she worried that she would destroy the mountain treasure along with him. Thus, she would wait until Ling Han handed over the mountain treasure, and then deal him a fatal blow. Ling Han frowned slightly, and his killing intent seeped out. You've committed murder, he said. I sense a powerful air of blood and further, it's not just one. He suddenly became very furious. You massacred that village of dwarves. This demented woman. Zai Bingyun's expression was filled with disdain. What was the big deal about having massacred a village of dwarves? They were only shattering void tier natives, and weren't even qualified to be noted in her memory. She raised a brow and said, Stop blabbering and hand over the mountain treasure quickly. This man was too despicable. He actually caused her to expose her hip in public. Not only he would have to die, every single person who had witnessed it would have to die. Ling Han gripped his hand into a fist and coldly said, Then trade your life for it. Die. Zai Bingyun slanted the staff weapon slightly. Shio, a beam of light shot out, shooting towards Ling Han's right leg. This was a warning. Chapter 1822, Reappearance of the Celestial Medicine. The speed of the light of death was too quick. To say nothing of a severing mundane tier, it was probable that even dividing soul tier might not be able to evade this strike. Thus, this beam of light naturally landed on Ling Han's leg directly. Ling Han stood proudly like a boulder. This. Zai Bingyun's face was instantly filled with shock, her small mouth involuntarily widening into an, oh, this was something that she could not understand, could not believe and could not accept. How could this be? Ling Han humphed and he charged over. Demented woman, I will use your head to offer apologies to the Gururu tribe. You overestimate your own capabilities. Zai Bingyun declared in disdain. She had already regained her senses from her previous astonishment. She was, after all, a king among kings. He actually dared demand that she be buried next to them? She was the heir of a celestial king tier clan, a future empress of the skies, so how noble and dignified was she? So what if you managed to block the staff weapon? Can you match me in battle prowess? Zai Bingyun fought fiercely with Ling Han. She had full confidence in herself. She had only used the staff weapon as a threat so she could save herself some effort. After all, Ling Han's physique was too tough, and she was well aware of that fact. Which celestial king tier force are you a descendant of? She asked. If that was not the case, without having the brand of a celestial king into his body, how could he possibly be able to resist the regulations of the great Tao that were formed from the source power of Earth? And this was why the staff weapon was so frightening. It was equivalent to a celestial king using techniques. Without a height of regulations that was its equal in level, there was no way to resist it at all. Humph, if it's not a celestial king tier force, you can freely slaughter whoever you please? Ling Han also used the staff weapon, and as the light of death ***, Zai Bingyun similarly could not dodge and was blasted head-on. However, Zai Bingyun looked like she was completely fine. As she attacked madly, she asked in disdain, "Do you think that you are the only one that has been bestowed supreme regulations by a celestial king?" Realization dawned on Ling Han. It was no wonder she guessed that he was the descendant of a celestial king tier force. Since the staff weapon was ineffective, Ling Han decisively put it away, and brandished his fists, using 9 heavens flame and Shenin source water, and beginning an exchange of blows with Zai Bingyun. However, while the staff weapon could allow a group of shattering void tier natives to insta-kill a third Severance king tier, the same trick clearly could not be used on those like Luo Changfeng and Zai Bingyun. Going by the look of things, it was still the source power of heaven and earth that was more powerful. When he thought about it, it was true. Just how many source powers of heaven and earth were there, and just how many celestial kings were there in comparison? Or in other words, if a celestial king wanted to grant this kind of destructive power to others, he himself would have to pay an extremely great price. To grant a descendant the ability to insta-kill just a severing mundane tier or dividing soul tier, the celestial king would have to make this kind of sacrifice. Which celestial king would be that foolish? Ling Han and Zai Bingyun exchanged blows. In terms of battle prowess, he clearly was at a disadvantage, but with the might of the two great source powers, he was not much too inferior. Zai Bingyun smirked coldly. Even if he had been bestowed supreme regulations by a celestial king, how could he be able to use them without limits? Just look at her. By now, she had only used this kind of regulations to protect herself, but did not use them in attack. That was because this was something that could be expended fully. And it was not that she did not hate Ling Han, but rather that she wanted to use these precious regulations when she fought for the heavenly Dao Jade. Otherwise, without the celestial king tier regulations protecting herself, there would be no way that she could take hold of such a treasure. With Ling Han being so extravagant with his use of them now, as soon as he had expended his power of regulation completely, what else could he match her with? And on what basis would he take possession of the heavenly Dao Jade? Idiot, what celestial king tier force had produced such an idiot? But when she thought about it, this brat seemed to be extremely treacherous. He was clearly a descendant of a celestial king tier force, yet actually went to become a subordinate at a 3-star force, and she had almost been deceived. You despicable villain. Zai Bingyun rebuked. How was this guy a worthy descendant of a celestial king? He actually gave out half-truths. Ling Han did not dispute her words. What good was it to bicker with a dead person? Since his killing intent was already spiked, then who cared if she was a man or woman? No matter how beautiful she looked, it could not possibly cause him to feel the slightest bit of mercy. Die. The two of them fought intensely, and the more Zai Bingyun fought, the more shocked she was. Logically speaking, with the rate that Ling Han was expending them at, the celestial king tier regulations should have already been expended fully. No matter what, there was no way he could continue to use them like they were completely unlimited. This was an impossible thing. It should be known that though the power of Celestial King was endless, they were only in the severing mundane tier after all, so there was a limit to the regulations they could sustain. If too many regulations of the Great Tao were sealed in them, it would create a very great burden on them, and they could even explode and die from it. She had used her own situation to make an estimate. Ling Han's expensive regulations had definitely reached the volume that was sealed into her body. Then why could he still use them after that? Could it be that because his physique was stronger, he had more regulations sealed into his body? Was this possible? That was Celestial King tier regulations, so what use would a stronger physique be? In the face of Celestial King tier regulations, did 1 mark and 100 marks have any difference? They would both be overwhelmed. This battle continued progressing, and Zai Bingyun's shock gradually increased further. That was because Ling Han was too extravagant with his use of Celestial King tier regulations, just like a super spendthrift. She could not understand and could only feel shocked. What was even more unacceptable to her was that her Celestial King tier regulations were also heavily expended, and she had already used half of them. If the battle continued, it was possible that she would not have enough to retrieve the heavenly Dao Jade. Just you wait. She tossed out these words and left in a leap. She could not continue to waste Celestial King tier regulations here. Ling Han did not set out in pursuit. Even if he managed to catch up to her, it would be no use. He similarly could do nothing against Zai Bingyun. He definitely had to break through to the third Severance. Ling Han mentally vowed. He had had that idea in the first place, and now when he thought about the fact that the village of dwarves had possibly been slaughtered by Zai Bingyun, the killing intent in his heart was boundless. He, the Empress, and bewitching Maiden Ro rushed back to the village of dwarves, but discovered that this place was already scattered all over with corpses, and they could not find even a single survivor. This demented woman. Ling Han's eyes swept over the scene, his whole body trembling slightly. Though he had not spent much time with the dwarves, he admired the sincerity and hospitality of the dwarves very much. He would definitely not have imagined that when he came back, he would actually witness such a scene. Zai Bingyun, if I don't kill you, my heart will be unable to rest easy. Ling Han stared at the distant skies, practically spitting out each word. It was just at this moment that the earth suddenly cracked apart, and a rabbit suddenly shot out. However, it had the head of a wolf. It opened its mouth wide and like a bottomless hole, it was about the size of 21 to 24 meters as it aimed a bite at Ling Han. It was that mutated celestial medicine. This fellow really appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and was skilled at stealth, deceiving the divine sense of Ling Han and his group altogether. Furthermore, it was also quite intelligent. The time at which it unleashed its attack just happened to be a time when Ling Han was feeling incredibly furious, a strong ripple appearing in his divine sense. Then the attack arrived. Though Ling Han had been surprised, he broke into a sliver of a smile instead. He was only afraid that this celestial medicine would never appear again. If that happened, he would not be able to take it, but the moment it appeared, he would at least have some hope. This celestial medicine had also devoured a bit of the behind of the 7 lives divine clouds, so no matter what, he had to seek an accounting for this debt. The celestial medicine swallowed, and Ling Han instantly disappeared from sight. The rabbit's head immediately returned to its original size. The wolf's head was salivating. It wanted to refine Ling Han and then extract the 7 lives divine clouds. Chapter 1823, Success. This celestial medicine's intelligence was really not low. It knew how to make use of its advantages. It was practically undetectable underground, and took advantage of the opening when Ling Han's emotions were the most turbulent to suddenly attack. It could be claimed that its timing was extremely spot on. And true enough, it had swallowed Ling Han in a single gulp. It was confident in its extraordinariness. Swallow was the second ability that it had developed, and allowed it to refine everything. Now that he had entered into its mouth, it meant that everything was over. It lazily cradled a carrot and carelessly chewed on it, and did not even look at the Empress and bewitching Maiden Ro directly. Bewitching Maiden Ro was astonished. What kind of thing was this rabbit? Its plump white body was very cute, but it actually had a hideous wolf's head, and had actually swallowed Ling Han in a single mouthful. That tiny body was actually capable of accommodating Ling Han's size. After being stunned for a moment, she immediately charged to attack the rabbit and demanded, "Hand him over." Ling Han had saved her life, and this was a great favor. The Empress was also in a thunderous fury. She was not worried that Ling Han was in life-threatening danger, but this celestial medicine actually dared to swallow her husband. This was really too outrageously bold. She immediately formed her 9 doppelgangers, and they attacked the celestial medicine madly. The rabbit broke into a run. It still had the regulations of lightning, so its speed was extremely fast. Even if the Empress used lightning flash, she could only stare in stupefaction from behind. However, it only ran a short way and then its paws suddenly paused. The wolf's head opened up, showing an expression of pain. A bump suddenly appeared on its stomach as if someone had punched it from the inside. Furthermore, this shape was clearly the shape of a fist, and the hit was so hard that the rabbit hopped a little forwards. The Empress and bewitching maiden Ro caught up with it, and a round of mad blows instantly rained down on it. Merely in terms of battle prowess, celestial medicines were actually very weak. They only possessed some strange mystical powers, such as hiding underground or running very fast. But this celestial medicine was an exception. It had mutated and possessed the ability of swallowing. But this did not mean that its battle prowess was strong. Aside from biting, it really couldn't do much of anything else. Aching from being pummeled by the Empress and bewitching maiden Ro, it suddenly exploded in fury, and opened its wolf's head wide again, biting at the two women. However, its mouth had just opened when a gigantic fist waved out of its mouth. Then the fist turned around and landed heavily on its face. Peng, the rabbit was immediately sent flying from the harsh impact. Peng 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 peng. Without waiting for it to land on the ground, innumerable fists appeared on its body, and they had all been shot out from its inside. In fact, there was even sword chi dancing, causing great damage to it. The worst thing that it could have done was swallow Ling Han. He was a man that had two source powers as well as a top-tier precious treasure like the Black Tower. Was he anyone that it could swallow? It could only suffer the consequences of its own actions. Peng, the rabbit's chest was torn open forcefully from the blows, and a figure shot out. It was Ling Han. The moment he appeared, he stretched out a hand to snatch the carrot that the rabbit had in its paws. That was the main body of the celestial medicine, and this wolf-headed rabbit was only formed from its leaves and stalks at most. The rabbit struggled with all its might, yet could not struggle free no matter how hard it tried. It frantically twisted its wolf's head in its panic, wanting to bite Ling Han. Humph! Ling Han used source power, and under the suppression from the two great celestial king tier level powers of regulation, that celestial medicine immediately became obedient. Kill it! 7 lives divine clouds jumped out. Its behind had almost been devoured by this celestial medicine, and now that they had captured the culprit, it naturally had to come out and watch it get its punishment to vent out its fury. No no no. It's not enough to just kill it. Bite its bottom, bite it to death. The celestial medicine was stomping around in fury. It had never experienced such great suffering before this. The celestial medicine with a rabbit's body was extremely violent. Though it had been suppressed, it was still determinedly opening its mouth. Furthermore, its eyes were set on the 7 lives divine clouds. If it were not for this celestial medicine, it would not have taken the risk. In its consciousness, swallowing other celestial medicines could stimulate its evolution. Longing was powerful. This was written in the blood of every single living creature. Ling Han looked towards the Empress and said, "I want to enter into seclusion and attempt the third severance." The Empress nodded and said, "All right." She knew that Ling Han was seriously angry now, and vowed to kill Zai Bingyun. She naturally was fully supportive of this action. With a flash, Ling Han had entered into the Black Tower. Underneath the reincarnation tree, he began to refine the celestial medicine with a rabbit's body. This celestial medicine had mutated, and it could not be treated like a pure celestial medicine, but had rather stepped on the path of cultivation. However, its path of cultivation was unlike that of human cultivators. Instead, its growth was dependent on swallowing its own kind. It did not cultivate origin power and merely depended on regulations. Thus, it could not possibly supply any accumulation of origin power, but only provide the comprehension of regulations, and this was also what Ling Han presently needed the most. The celestial medicine with a rabbit's body struggled. From a certain aspect, it was a cultivator, so it was naturally unwilling to be refined by others. But who asked it to have been greedy? It actually took the initiative to make a move on Ling Han, and the result was that it had delivered itself up to its death. With its violent nature, Ling Han would not have the slightest bit of mercy. It was unlike the 7 lives divine clouds, which he would rather not consume, and would rear it inside the Black Tower so that he could harvest a little bit of celestial fluid every millennium. This was also the way of doing things of most factions. That was because it was too time-consuming to nurture a celestial medicine right from the very beginning. Though consuming a little bit of herbal essence was inferior to directly consuming the entire celestial medicine in effect, the advantage was that a thin stream would flow forever. All the forces with vision would do this. Under Ling Han's refining, the celestial medicine with a rabbit's body finally showed its true appearance. That was a ginseng, but the body of the ginseng was covered with frightening symbols, causing wariness to sprout in the heart of anyone who set eyes upon it. This was a mutated, or rather a demonized celestial medicine. Ling Han did not consume it. Instead, he directly extracted the essence from within. Multiple regulations surged out, interweaving and creating a resonance with him. He was more focused on cultivating the regulations of fire and water. If this celestial medicine was of either of these two elements, Ling Han would definitely benefit more, and it would be faster when he refined it because he had the source power as foundation. But now, though it was not ideal enough, celestial medicine was connected with the heaven and earth, so even if the regulations did not match, that was fine. It could still open the doors of heavenly Dao for him so that he could communicate with the Dao of heaven and earth. This was the advantage of celestial medicines. Around Ling Han, multiple regulations solidified, turning into strange symbols, and forming a nest that sealed Ling Han within its many layers. Very soon he could no longer be seen, and as time passed, this nest also became solid, turning into a massive egg of light, with light of great Dao rippling around it. 3 days later, multiple fine cracks appeared on the egg of light, and became increasingly closer and closer to each other. They covered the whole egg, and then with a pa, it shattered, and Ling Han was seen standing proudly there. However, his present situation was a little, how should it be described? Not only had all his clothes disappeared, even his hair, eyebrows and so on had disappeared without a trace, and his whole body was sticky. His clothes and hair had melted when he had been resisting the celestial medicine's swallowing regulations. However, his physique was really too tough, so even the swallowing regulations could do nothing to him. Beneath Celestial King tier, the regulations outside the 5 elements were all too strong. Ling Han wiped himself carelessly, and the sticky fluid on his body was instantly rinsed off by clean water. He drew out some clothes which he put on, but his hair and brows were not something that could be regrown in a short while. That was because this was no ordinary injury, but damage caused by regulations. He was confident that he could deliver the 3rd Severance now. Chapter 1824. Breaking into the 3rd Severance. Killing Zai Bingyun had become Ling Han's inner demon and obsession. He exited the Black Tower and released the restrictions on his cultivation level. Instantly, tribulation clouds dulled out in the skies. This was a Celestial King tier level mystery realm, but it was still unable to hide from destiny, which was proof of how high the tier of heavenly Dao was, as it was superior to even Celestial King tier. Is there any existence that can escape from the Dao of heaven and earth, and not belong to one of the 5 elements, an existence that is truly noble and able to look down on all else? Ling Han suddenly thought in his heart. Stop this kind of thinking, it is too dangerous. Small Tower suddenly warned. And? Ling Han only grunted and did not ask. Heavenly Dao is cruel, and will erase any existence that wishes to escape from its control. Though Heavenly Dao can only take action under certain conditions, and cannot unleash a divine retribution that far exceeds your cultivation level to erase you, it can make you extremely unlucky, and you will never encounter any treasures again in future. Furthermore, you will also repeatedly experience bad luck, Small Tower explained. It calmly said, putting all else aside, it only has to make it so that you will meet a Celestial King, and let this Celestial King know that you possess 2 source powers. I am sure that the majority of Celestial Kings would make a move on you. Would you be capable of escaping? Ling Han was speechless. He had no fear of heavenly tribulation, as it could not exceed his own cultivation level too far, but if he had been set up to meet a Celestial King at this time, then even the Black Tower could not save him. As the saying went, the will of heaven was mysterious and inexorable. For the present at least, he was still not qualified to challenge the mysterious heavenly Dao. He had best just obediently undergo the heavenly tribulation. Fighting with the heavens required him to possess strong abilities. Whatever the case, he would have to be a Celestial King at least, and only then would he be able to sustain the various problems that heavenly Dao could create for him. Quang, the heavenly tribulation had formed. Suddenly, a long bolt of lightning struck down, bringing with it the might of regulations, wanting to kill an ant that dared to steal the power of the heaven and earth. Ling Han faced it plainly. After entering into the celestial realm, the heavenly tribulation had actually become considerably gentler towards him. Strictly in terms of power, the heavenly tribulation of Third Severance was definitely innumerable times stronger than the heavenly tribulation of the Genesis tier, but the crux of the matter was that Ling Han's strength was also growing by leaps and bounds. With such a comparison, he was actually having an easier and easier time. That was because in the celestial realm, there was definitely not only one freak like him, so Heavenly Dao did not have to be concerned about him so much. Of course, even King Tears would have to be wary of this kind of heavenly tribulation, but for King among Kings, it was nothing special. In fact, Ling Han even took the initiative to shatter his own body so it could be tempered under the might of the heavenly tribulation. Strike! Ling Han's eyes shone brightly, turning into two divine pillars that shot towards the dome of heaven, as if even the mystery realm could no longer block them. Meanwhile, he used his hand like he would use a saber and delivered a strike at the skies, striking the heaven and earth. This strike clearly had not struck anything, but a loud bang exploded in the heaven and earth, deafening and ear-splitting. This was the sound of great Dao. Suddenly, lightning blazed madly, and the might of the heavenly tribulation soared greatly. This strike of Ling Han was struck at the heaven and earth, causing his connection with the heaven and earth to become even weaker. This naturally had drawn the displeasure of the heaven and earth, and this was just the third severance at that. The fourth severance would definitely incite an even stronger backlash from the heaven and earth. If he could not survive it, that would directly mean his death. Ling Han nodded internally. It was no wonder that there were so few Emperor Tears. Sometimes, even if you had freakish natural talent, and met the standards in terms of comprehension ability, would you be able to survive the backlash from the heaven and earth? Each of these 4 strikes was harder to deliver than the last, and the backlash was also stronger with every subsequent strike. The first time, Ling Han could practically ignore it and he could feel it during the second time, and for this third time he would have to take it seriously. Then what about the fourth time? Moreover, he was aiming for the 5th severance, so that would be even more frightening. He made his calculations on this basis, and felt that it would be very, very difficult for him to survive the backlash from the heaven and earth after the 5th strike. Even if he cultivated the indestructible heaven scroll, it would not be of much help to him. Even if he went through rising from the ashes, he would only continue to be insta-killed after his rebirth. Then wouldn't the 5th severance be the strike that killed him? There is always a way out, Small Tower spoke up. In a Celestial King tier sect, the Celestial King would prepare a natural peach seal for those disciples with heaven-defying natural talent. This could shelter them from destiny, and decrease the might of divine retribution by 1 severance. A thought suddenly flashed through Ling Han's mind. After using the natural peach seal, the 5th severance would actually be crossed like it was only the 4th severance. Then he would have a chance. Furthermore, if he advanced normally, he would probably have 1 in millions and millions of a chance to succeed, but the Empress was definitely going to fail. Even the supreme divine fetus that had been formed through the 9 deaths heaven art could not possibly match the backlash of the heaven and earth during a 5th severance. Natural peach seal? What is that? Ling Han asked. One of the mother trees of the celestial realm, an existence that is on the same level as the reincarnation tree, Small Tower explained. However, the leaves of the natural peach tree cannot help one to comprehend Tao, and can only help to shelter one from destiny. This was already quite awesome, being capable of deceiving even destiny. Where should I get it from? The Rock Palace should have it. Rock Palace. As Ling Han resisted the heavenly tribulation, his thoughts continued to wander. The reason that he had come to the Fu clan was to find out the whereabouts of the Rock Palace, and now that he had found out that the Rock Palace was in the Western Celestial Realm, and advancing into the 5th severance required the natural peach seal, it looked like he had to head there as soon as possible. When he had advanced into the dividing soul tier, the natural peach seal naturally would have no more significance. All right, I'll head to the Western Celestial Realm after leaving the Mystery Realm, Ling Han shouted and brandished his fists madly at the heavens. This damn heavenly Tao, why was it torturing him so? Half a day later, no matter how much the heaven and earth wanted to erase Ling Han, it could only withdraw the heavenly tribulation and disperse. 3rd severance. Ling Han sensed for a while, and a smile appeared at the corners of his lips. At present he was indescribably strong. At least, when he next encountered Zai Bingyun, he had the confidence that he would be able to kill her within 1,000 moves. That was because he still had 2 source powers. So what if she was an Emperor tier? Husband. Seeing that the heavenly tribulation had dispersed, the Empress came over elegantly, an expression of pride on her face. She was proud of Ling Han. Meanwhile, bewitching Maiden Ro was standing some distance away, so shocked that her mouth was gaping. She was aware that Ling Han had only been in the second Severance middle stage previously. Though everyone had advanced to the level of peak stage in the Ascending Dragon Palace, the time required to stabilize from the second Severance peak stage to the third Severance was frighteningly long. She had experienced it before. Even if her sect had still used a rare treasure, which sped up her time by 1,000 times, saving 300,000 years' time for her, she had still used a total of 1 million years' time altogether. They were in the mystery realm, so they couldn't use any precious tool to speed up their time, and he had taken just slightly more than half a year's time, which had been mostly spent on digging rocks at that. Even refining a celestial medicine would not have such extreme effects. This guy was really a freak. Freak. Ling Han smiled at the Empress and said, "Let's go to the mountain cave." He had the mountain treasure in possession, and Zai Bingyun wouldn't be able to find another mountain treasure in such a short period of time. Then, the most likely thing for her to do would be to lie in ambush in the vicinity of the mountain cave, make a move, and enter before he did when he opened up the mountain cave. If Zai Bingyun really planned to do this, then that would be where she would die. It was very rare for Ling Han to hate a person so much that he was determined to kill her. However, in Zai Bingyun's case, if he didn't kill her, his conscience would not be able to rest easy. The three of them headed towards the mid-mountain area, and the mountain cave soon appeared. It was very ordinary and several rocks had sealed the entrance. It was as if just moving them out of the way would grant them entry. They naturally could not be moved at all. Ling Han had made the attempt, but every single rock was heavier than even a star, and was definitely nothing that he could move. He took out the mountain treasure and placed it on a rock like what the dwarves had said. Then he only had to wait quietly. Sometimes it would take half a day and at others, it would take 3 days and then the mountain cave would open. "You can scram now." Right at this moment, a figure appeared. Luo Changfeng. Chapter 1825, Monarch Tier? Actually, Luo Changfeng was quite depressed. He had at first thought that he would definitely come first this time round, and the only one that could rival him would be Zai Bingyun. But when he came out of the Ascending Dragon Palace, he realized that he kept falling behind. Ling Han was the one who had discovered the entrance to this place and he had brought a huge group of people with him. At first, he thought he would be the first to find the heavenly Dao Jade once they had gone separate ways, but reality had proven that he hadn't even been anywhere close. If it were not for the fact that he had encountered Zai Bingyun, he still would not know that it was highly possible that the heavenly Dao Jade would be hidden inside this mountain cave, and the way to open it was through the mountain treasure. And now, even in the case of the mountain treasure, Ling Han was still the first to find it. It's fine, Luo Changfeng said to himself. Though he kept falling behind, as long as he could pull off a comeback at the last moments, and take possession of the heavenly Dao Jade, what harm would be done? It was not that he had not been suspicious of the fact that Zai Bingyun had purposely informed him of such precious intel. Perhaps this was only a lie, but Zai Bingyun had plucked out a sliver of her memories for his viewing. That was the information that she had obtained after plucking the souls of the tribe of dwarves. Thus, though Luo Changfeng was still slightly hesitant, he would still enshroud this mountain cave with his divine sense every day. He had not thought that Ling Han had really brought the mountain treasure with him just after a few days. The heavenly Dao Jade was his now. Facing Ling Han, he naturally was filled with superiority. Previously, Ling Han had obediently let him through, which meant that the latter feared his status as the holy son of a celestial king tier sect. Furthermore, he was an emperor tier level prodigy. "Scram," he demanded arrogantly. Ling Han slanted a sideways glance at him. Did this guy really think that he was all that awesome? He laughed and said, "Come, demonstrate to me how the action of scramming is done. If you perform well enough, I will reward you." Luo Changfeng was taken aback before coming to realization. "Fuck, you actually dare to mock me? You are very outrageously brazen." Luo Changfeng smirked coldly but did not get angry. It was not worth his while. What kind of esteemed existence was he? If he were to squabble with a nameless character, that would really be attaching too much importance to Ling Han. If he didn't like him, he merely had to erase him directly. Thankfully that guy is not here, or you would have to be cautious about your behind by now. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. The word, dog, could not be spoken spontaneously. What did that mean? Hiss, it can't be that you are coveting my behind? Pervert. Luo Changfeng's killing intent involuntarily blazed. This guy actually dared have ideas about him. He was really courting death. He humphed and said, "Since you are so determined to seek your own death, then I'll just." Xiao, he had not even finished his words when he saw that Ling Han had already charged over to him. He had shot out a palm strike which was descending straight down onto his head. Luo Changfeng was furious. "Just who do you think you are that you actually dare take the initiative to make a move on me? Die." He extended his index and middle fingers and waved at Ling Han. An image of a star appeared at the tips of his fingers, exuding an astonishing aura. Puh. The two of them exchanged a blow, and both of them trembled before taking a few steps backwards. They had actually ended up in a tie. Luo Changfeng's whole expression immediately became incredibly colorful. He had indeed witnessed the strength of Ling Han's physique before, but it was only that. In terms of battle prowess, Ling Han was not just a little bit weaker than him, especially when he had now reached the third Severance peak stage. He was now even more confident that he could suppress everything else. But Ling Han was actually capable of matching him. He could not believe it. What was even more frightening was the fact that the ripple of the other's aura was clearly only in the third Severance early stage. Third Severance early stage, and he was already capable of matching him? It should be known that he was a king among kings. To say nothing of being invincible among his peers, even with the gap of a cultivation level, he was still able to suppress king tiers. Previously, it was always he that would be fighting those in a higher cultivation level than himself, but now the tables were turned, and this was a massive blow to his confidence. On the sidelines, bewitching Maiden Ro had also gone numb with shock. In a battle of equals, it was still Luo Changfeng who was actually at an advantage in cultivation level, but the result of the clash was a tie. Then, if their cultivation level was completely equal, wouldn't it be Ling Han who would be slightly superior? This guy was too freakish. He was actually stronger than even the holy son of a celestial king tier level sect. There was no fear of ignorance, only fear of comparison. Two great emperor tiers were existences that blinded the whole world with their brilliance. Individually, which of them was not incredibly outstanding? But when put together and compared, which was the better would be immediately clear. Monarch tier? Luo Changfeng's voice trembled slightly, but was filled even more with jealousy. King tiers could be invincible among their peers, and king among kings or emperor tiers could be invincible even with a gap of a minor level, and as for monarch tier, they would be invincible even with the gap of 2 minor levels. In truth, the number of king tiers was very limited. Ordinarily, only 3-star forces could nurture such prodigies. As for a sect, they would only have 4 or 5. At most, it would not exceed 10, and in terms of emperor tier, that could only be found in celestial king tier great forces. Occasionally this kind of prodigy would appear in 4-star forces, but it was incredibly lucky for even one to appear. But as for monarch tiers, that could only possibly appear in those top-tier celestial king tier forces, such as 9th heaven celestial king tier level. Though there was a celestial king in the ranks of the Thundercloud Palace, this celestial king was only a 2nd heaven celestial king, and was who knew how far away from the 9th heaven. There were 9 heavens in celestial king tier, and every single step forwards was as difficult as ascending the heavens. But now, it was possible that a young monarch tier had appeared in front of him. Just who exactly are you? Luo Changfeng asked darkly. He was an emperor tier after all, so though he was shocked he did not panic. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Ling Han, a mere commoner. There is no need for you to take me to heart." How could he not take it to heart? Luo Changfeng stared coldly at Ling Han. Was there really such a freakish person that could become a monarch tier through his own talent and effort? That was not right. What was a monarch tier? He would have to be a 5th Severance, but Ling Han was clearly only in the 3rd Severance, and could only be considered an emperor tier. Since there were weaker and stronger king tiers, why wouldn't there be a difference of quality among emperor tiers? Since you are just a commoner, then please die. Luo Changfeng's arms shook. Ka. Golden light suddenly rose up from his arms, which turned into multiple symbols that stuck tightly onto his arms, forming a pair of arm guards. He was just standing there proudly, but his whole figure was exuding a domineering aura that overwhelmed all else. Zai Bingyun had the supreme regulations bestowed by a celestial king, and what he had was this pair of arm guards. This was something that the celestial king of Thundercloud Palace had used before, and a sliver of his aura was left in them. Though it was just a sliver, it was enough to sweep aside all opposition in the severing mundane tier. Anything that involved a celestial king was always that awesome. Luo Changfeng crooked his finger, his disdain seeping into his actions and words. Aren't you a commoner? Then I'll just treat you like a commoner. Ling Han chuckled derisively, and merely looked at Luo Changfeng's arm guards. This thing could be further refined by the divine demon sword, which was great. In front of a celestial king, every other existence is an ant. Luo Changfeng said in an overbearing tone. So noisy, take a punch from me? Ling Han charged out, 2 source powers entwined around his fists. This was enough to allow him to resist the aura of a celestial king. You overestimate yourself. Luo Changfeng smirked coldly and also shot out both fists. One after another, the symbols on the arm guards lit up. The power of Great Dao was boundless, and that was an aura that could suppress the severing mundane tier. Ling Han was the type to become stronger with a strong foe. His 2 source powers were limited by his own cultivation level, and he could not express their full might, but when they encountered the challenge from the aura of a celestial king, their might naturally increased. The 2 of them exchanged a blow again. Their figures slid back respectively and it ended in a tie once again. Chapter 1826. Emperor Tears joined forces. This time, Luo Changfeng's expression really changed drastically. In fact, even his skull was starting to go numb. He had already used the Celestial King tier technique, yet was still incapable of suppressing Ling Han. Gasp. It was either that this brat was the descendant of a Celestial King, or that he had obtained a supreme opportunity, and that was the only way he could match the Celestial King tier technique. His eyes immediately lit up. If it was the latter possibility and he obtained it, then perhaps he would have a chance of becoming a Celestial King himself. Just how many holy sons and holy daughters had come out of the Thundercloud Palace? Many, very many. As generations passed, after the old holy sons and holy daughters advanced to the ascending origin tier, they would no longer hold the position of a holy son or holy daughter. Instead, they would become elders, but throughout this epoch, no second Celestial King emerged from the Thundercloud Palace. Why? Celestial King tier was too hard to break through to. Even a Celestial King tier force would have extremely great difficulty to produce a true heir. However, Celestial Kings were the true immortals. They could even shatter the immortals' tribulation easily, and there was no fear that the entire force would suddenly crumble when the Celestial King died one day. Luo Changfeng was confident that he could reach the ascending origin tier. As for becoming a Celestial King, that was practically impossible for him. Thus, he needed the heavenly Dao Jade to deliver the 5th severance. If he succeeded in achieving the 5th severance, then becoming a Celestial King was a sure bet. Furthermore, he would definitely not be limited to just the 1st heaven. However, aside from the heavenly Dao Jade, there were other treasures that could help one to advance to the Celestial King tier in this world, such as the source powers of the heaven and earth. He examined Ling Han's hands closely, and his heart skipped a beat. He asked, "You have obtained the source power of heaven and earth?" Ling Han was slightly surprised. The other party was actually capable of recognizing the 9 heavens flame and Shenin source water. Seeing Ling Han's expression, Luo Changfeng instantly confirmed his guess internally. He had guessed correctly, and when Ling Han saw the dawning realization in his expression, he understood that the other had actually just been throwing out random guesses. However, he did not hide it. He opened up his right palm. Boom, a flame sword, and it was formed completely from symbols of Great Dao. This is the 9 heavens flame. Then he stretched out his left hand and similarly opened his palm. This time though a cold air rose. This is the Shenin source water. Fuck. Luo Changfeng had practically never uttered any swear words in this lifetime, yet now he had a strong urge to curse. Source powers of heaven and earth, just what kind of rare and precious existence were they? Even the majority of Celestial Kings could not possibly possess them, yet a mere 3rd Severance cultivator had actually possessed these 2 source powers of heaven and earth. What justice was there left in this world? A smile slowly appeared on Luo Changfeng's lips. Then he laughed loudly. Ling Han, you are really my lucky star. Ling Han also smiled and said, "Are you about to say that I have come from so far away just to deliver 2 source powers of heaven and earth to you? How could that not be the case?" Luo Changfeng asked arrogantly. By now he was sure that Ling Han was definitely not the descendant of a celestial king tier force. Otherwise, what celestial king would let their disciple possess two source powers of heaven and earth? Since that was the case, on what basis could Ling Han match a celestial king tier technique? Did he think that just because he had two source powers of heaven and earth, he could do whatever he liked without any scruples? Ling Han shook his head and said, "Your thoughts are too fantastical." "Oh, then what if you add me into the equation?" Zai Bingyun's voice rang out. Her figure appeared elegantly, her right hand holding a sword that was as bright as autumn waters. Luo Changfeng frowned slightly but subsequently relaxed. By now, he had guessed that Zai Bingyun had told him about the mountain treasure because she was in fact targeting Ling Han. The reason was that she could make use of him to deal with Ling Han. But to be honest, though his words might seem very confident, he was similarly filled with wariness towards Ling Han. If he joined forces with Zai Bingyun, that would be combining two celestial king tier techniques, and that would definitely mean their victory was guaranteed. Ling Han's eyes passed over her, and his killing intent immediately blazed as he glared at Zai Bingyun. "I want the nine heavens flame," Luo Changfeng said. "Fine." Zai Bingyun nodded, and the two of them had instantly reached an agreement. One wanted the nine heavens flame while the other wanted the Shenin source water. Both of them knew that it was impossible for them to take sole possession of two source powers of heaven and earth with the other here, so they could only share the spoils. However, even a single source power of heaven and earth was already incredibly awesome. Even the majority of celestial kings could only feel envy. Obtaining a source power of heaven and earth meant they would definitely become a celestial king, otherwise, that would definitely mean death. Ling Han smirked coldly. "Two corpses and you are still daydreaming. Die." Luo Changfeng and Zai Bingyun both launched an offensive against Ling Han at the same time. One charged from the right side while the other took the left side. Though they had never worked together before as Emperor tiers, they could understand what the other wanted with a single look, and their cooperation was flawless. Ling Han would have to face two great Emperor tiers at the same time. The Empress did not move. Though she was an Emperor tier, there was still a gap of a minor level, so she would not be of much help to Ling Han. She might as well just obediently watch from the sidelines to avoid causing trouble for Ling Han. Meanwhile, bewitching Maiden Ro was restless. She could somehow match a third Severance peak stage Emperor tier, but both Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng had Celestial King tier techniques. Against this kind of secret technique, she could only feel helpless resentment. Thus, seeing that the Empress did not move, she also sat and watched from the sidelines. Ling Han was fighting the descendants of two great Celestial King tier forces, but he was not the slightest bit afraid. The Nine Heavens Flame and Shenin Source Water were both entwined around his fists, and as he rained down a barrage of punches, he was not being reasonable at all. He was just using this kind of method to crush his opponents, who let this be his source powers, so there was no need for him to fear using them too much. But Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng could not do the same. One had the Celestial King tier regulations, while the other wore a precious armor. Both would come to a time when they were completely used up, so which of them dared take him on forcefully? In a clash between strong enemies, it would be the braver one that would win. Ling Han showed his full domineering demeanor, and Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng could only dodge his blows. They wanted to wait until Ling Han was exhausted, and then turn around to deliver a counterattack to kill the latter. But how could such plans possibly succeed? "We can't go on like this." Zai Bingyun communicated to Luo Changfeng through divine sense. Luo Changfeng understood it completely. At this moment he did not dare to underestimate Ling Han in the slightest, yet coveted the Nine Heavens Flame and Shenin Source Water even more. A Celestial King tier technique might be strong, but that, after all, was not a power that belonged to him personally. There would ultimately come a time when it would be used up. However, if he could obtain and refine a source power of heaven and earth, then that would be a completely different story. This person in front of him was clear proof. With two great source powers of heaven and earth, not only was he capable of matching a Celestial King tier technique, he could be extravagant with his use of them because there was no need for him to worry that he would use them up, and there was no need to worry that he would be powerless later on. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind and he said, "This is the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm." Zai Bingyun was also a smart person and immediately realized, as long as one has lost the Blood Dragon armor, then the fire element of heaven and earth is capable of eliminating even an immortal palace tier. For example, even though they had celestial king tier techniques, they still had to wear the blood dragon armor before they dared to enter into this place. A celestial king tier technique was supposed to be used on the heavenly Dao Jade, and not the fire element in this place. Of course, it was not that celestial kings did not have a technique that could help them be immune to the fire element of heaven and earth, but if it was something that could be resolved with a blood dragon armor, what was the point of going the extra mile? The two emperor tiers immediately found a strategy, and when they once again launched their attacks at Ling Han, they were aiming fatal strikes madly at the clothes he was wearing. Ling Han's expression involuntarily became strange. Those two should know that he was not wearing the blood dragon armor. If he said it out, he was really afraid that the two of them couldn't accept the fact. But Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng did not take other things into consideration at all. They both thought that they had found the perfect method to deal with Ling Han, and inflicted damage at all costs, determined to make Ling Han naked. Chapter 1827. A different kind of great battle. Ling Han was very speechless. The two great elites seemed utterly determined to tear his clothes apart so that he would be naked. Most importantly, this did not have the slightest significance, yet Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng still looked like they would win as long as they had torn his clothes off him, which Ling Han did not know whether to laugh or cry at. And the problem was Ling Han did not have the slightest desire to be bare and naked. To say nothing of the fact that his wife and bewitching maiden Ro were still here, even if they weren't here, he had no interest to expose himself completely to the two of them. If they were so intent on tearing clothes, they should just tear off their own. Ling Han was furious. Come on then, wasn't it just tearing off clothes? Did they think he didn't know how to go about doing it? He also used his techniques and made a move on Zai Bingyun's and Luo Changfeng's clothes. He would really like to see who would be bared first. The three king among kings fought fiercely. This scene was naturally incredibly grand, yet bewitching maiden Ro was watching in shock, wearing a very strange expression on her face. You guys, are you really emperor tiers? There is no other emperor tier like you people. Making a move on each other's clothes, they were just like old housewives or hoodlums on the streets, tearing and pulling at each other. There was really no taste to it. Is it really all right for you to act like that? Now that the great battle to tear off clothes had been launched, even Ling Han was unable to escape. His physique was indeed very strong, and he was unafraid of the attacks from two great kings among kings, but his clothes weren't. In the face of having two great emperor tiers so determined to attack even if it meant that they would be injured, how could they not be damaged quickly? Even if the clothes that he was wearing were woven using top-grade saintly material, which had also been fused with the celestial wings of certain immortal beasts, how could they manage to hold up to the desperate attacks of celestial king tier techniques of two-thirds Severance emperor tiers? However, though the clothes on Ling Han had turned into pieces, Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng were not all that much better off either. The clothes they were wearing were also ripped. They practically looked like beggars. This caused Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng to feel fear. That was because they knew that they were not able to resist the fire element of heaven and earth here, and once the blood dragon armor had been torn open, they would definitely be dead. But this also firmed their resolve. That was because since Ling Han had counterattacked so fiercely, it had to mean that he had been scared. Then let's just see who will be the first to fall. I'll rip. The two great emperor tiers gritted their teeth, and continued to rip like mad. You rip? Don't I know how to rip as well? Ling Han was enraged. He had no intention of exposing his behind in public. Boom, the nine heavens flame turned into swords under the flame control technique, and slashed madly at the two great emperor tiers. Even if Zai Bingyun's and Luo Changfeng's strength was extremely powerful, they would not be able to protect themselves entirely. This was a true celestial king technique, and added with it being a source power of heaven and earth, it was exceedingly powerful. Use your ultimate technique. Zai Bingyun forced out through gritted teeth. If this continued, it was possible that they would be bared first instead of Ling Han. This naturally could not be allowed. Luo Changfeng gritted his teeth, and then suddenly delivered a palm strike onto his chest. Suddenly, blood spurted from his mouth. However, he stretched out a finger and drew a circle, and the blood floated as if it had turned into swimming fish. This blood flickered with light, then rapidly evaporated and was absorbed by the armed guards. Then the originally golden arm guards became even brighter. Multiple flashes of light spread out, turning into an incredibly complex symbol. Luo Changfeng's whole person had become considerably weaker. Limited by his cultivation level, these arm guards could release severing mundane tier-level battle prowess at most, but now he had sacrificed a mouthful of blood essence, yet had increased the might of the arm guards further to a new level. On the other side, Zai Bingyun's expression was also grim. Multiple symbols lit up on her body, and a half-transparent precious sword emerged from her chest. This was the might of her ethereal divine fetus. Under her stimulation, in which she spared no expense, a great amount of gray hair appeared at her hairline. Her life force had been greatly expended, but she had ultimately summoned the ethereal divine sword. What was a divine fetus? That was one that possessed some celestial king tier technique, but because their cultivation level was not there yet, they would have to pay an extremely high price if they wanted to use this technique. But now, it was either you that would become naked or me, and the two great emperor tiers naturally would not have the slightest bit of hesitation left. You had best be the one to become naked. Go. Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng simultaneously released their strongest attack, which blasted towards Ling Han. Puh. As the attack surged past, the brilliant light instantly concealed Ling Han completely. After flashing blindingly for at least a breath's time, it finally dimmed. This could possibly be the most unusual battle in history. Three great emperor tiers were giving their all just to make their opponent naked. If this was made public, it was possible that no one would believe it. The greater possibility would that everyone would be laughing their heads off. Ling Han appeared, exposing his fair, naked body as well as blood stains. Thankfully, because of these blood stains, Ling Han managed to save his modesty. After all, that was the might released from a celestial king tier tool and a divine fetus, and even one with Ling Han's physique had still been wounded. Both Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng were dumbfounded. Of course, they were not stunned by the majestic size of a certain part of Ling Han's body, but rather that this guy had just suffered a slight injury, and then that was that. This was a fatal area. Where did you wear your blood dragon armor? The two of them searched earnestly, but they could not find the presence of the blood dragon armor at all. It could be worn inside one's clothes, but it was impossible that it was still invisible when one was completely bare. You are definitely not human. Meanwhile, bewitching Maiden Ro wanted very much to cover her face. Though it was Ling Han's behind that was turned towards her, for elites like them, their divine sense could completely be used like eyes. Wherever their divine sense had swept, they naturally would be able to see very clearly. Though she was the holy daughter of the Purity sect, and her strength was in charm techniques, she had never had any intimate contact with any man before, what more seeing a man completely bare and naked as the day he was born. Ling Han took out some clothes but did not have the time to put them on. He directly tied them at his waist. It was enough for them to temporarily conceal him. He glared at Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng, enraged to the extreme. They actually dared to force him to run naked. Die. Ling Han pounced out, and launched an offensive against Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng. This time, Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng were really incapable of holding up to it. They had already used a powerful move, and now was precisely their weakest time. How could they hold up to this furious counterattack from Ling Han? Furthermore, Ling Han was similarly just targeting their clothes, and that was definitely even harder to defend than their bodies. Pieces of fabric flew everywhere, and Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng very soon followed in Ling Han's footsteps, becoming completely bare and naked. Luo Changfeng was still better off. After all, he was a man, yet Zai Bingyun felt like she was about to die of shame. Right in front of 4 people, and 2 of them were men at that. Multiple holes were torn in her clothes, and her body was completely exposed to the extreme. However, this was far from the only thing she had to worry about. She had worn the blood dragon armor inside her clothes. That was because she wanted to look beautiful, and wearing the blood dragon armor outside her clothes would affect aesthetic senses. But whether it was used as outer armor or inner armor, this armor was now covered with holes, and its protective effects had already vanished. She could clearly feel a murderous aura hovering around her, restless around where the holes were, but because the blood dragon armor still had some effect, she was able to withstand it for the moment, yet her time was definitely limited. Retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, Zai Bingyun immediately turned around to flee. If she had lost even her life, Then what was the point of the heavenly Dao Jade? Even if she wanted revenge, she would still have to be alive to do that. She was very self-centered, completely unconcerned with Luo Changfeng's survival. She was very decisive and determined when she turned to flee, as if it had not been the two of them who had just fought together on the same side. Humph! How could Ling Han possibly allow her to do as she pleased? Even if he didn't kill Luo Changfeng this time round, he was determined to kill Zai Bingyun. Without ridding the world of this cruel and vicious demoness, his heart would never be at peace again. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.